Hi there, thanks for listening. If you love Christian romance, be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Where Love Unfolds by Mallory Ford. Book 3 in the Westward Hearts series. Chapter 1. Texas, 1899. Come on, Ellie whispered to herself as another shiver ran through her too-thin frame. How much weight had she lost since Brent and his friends had taken her from California? At least 10 pounds, surely. Just a little longer. The woods were vast, dark and covered in pine trees, underbrush, and a thick layer of pine needles and leaves from the other trees she couldn't identify. She had no idea where she was going, but at least, she wasn't bound by ropes anymore. Her wrists smarted, the angry red wounds on them shiny from the raw skin, but they weren't as bad as they could be. Still, the pain persisted, likely would for some time, and she had bruises of Brent's rough handling. Yet, she couldn't exactly expect a kidnapper to be gentle. If she could make it to the train station, any train station, she could find some way to gain passage, but where would she go? She had no family left, no friends, and no one she knew whose families would allow her to live with them due to her grandfather's influence in Cartwright, California, even in death. His cronies, his business partners, they all viewed her as no more worthy of decency than grandfather ever had. Eleanor, grandfather beckoned as she stood trembling in the door of his massive study. His study was nearly 3 times as large as the linen closet he'd turned into her bedroom, the one she'd shared with Mama before she'd passed. Come in here, please. Drapery hung over the large, floor-to-ceiling windows, the dark magenta and gold accents giving the place a regal feel. The furniture was all some kind of dark wood, and the wood floors matched the furniture. Paintings and portraits hung on the wall, but none of them included her or her mother, of course. No, they were of grandfather and snapshots in time of his accomplishments. She'd been summoned, a surprise as Archibald Cartwright mostly chose to ignore her presence in his life and in his home, at least until it was time to trot her out for some sort of ball or dinner. Yes, grandfather. She hated the way her voice trembled, but her grandfather's cruelty knew no limits, especially when it came to her. She curled her fingers into her hands, willing them to stop shaking, but the action only served to push her fingernails into the palms of her hands so hard she knew they would leave marks. Grandfather's eyes and skin had taken on a grayish hue, and his last heart episode had left him with little energy despite seeing the best physician's money could buy in California. If he'd been up to the trip, he'd have gone back east to seek treatment, but moving from his chair to the door of his study proved taxing these days. His breath sounded wet when he did nothing more than sit and eat, and his appetite had started to wane as well. If she weren't so terrified of what would happen to her after his death, she'd welcome the event. Miss Lutkin might tell her it wasn't very Christian to wish for someone's death, but what if the person was as cruel as grandfather? He'd treated her horribly her whole life, and he'd not even allowed her to finish her biblical studies after she graduated regular school with Miss Lutkin at 16. As much as she hated to think about the one thing which had brought her peace, he'd also stolen her art from her. I have news for you, he said by way of greeting. There was no warmth, no evidence of happiness. His only surviving grandchild had entered the room. His eyes swept past her, and she turned to see his business partner, Percival James, shadowing the door behind her. As always, Percival wore the finest suits, possibly even more expensive than grandfather's. He was little more than grandfather's lackey, but to hear him speak out of her grandfather's presence would convince a man he had as much pull in the company. He was also a solid 20 years younger than grandfather, still in his late 40s or early 50s, with a heavily padded middle and generally red face. Percival stepped inside at the crook of grandfather's finger, his rakish gaze upon Ellie once again making her skin crawl, but she ignored it as she focused on grandfather as he spoke. My doctors tell me I'm not long for this world. Whatever feelings Ellie thought might surface at the news her grandfather's health had continued to decline, it was pure apathy mixed with the fear of the inevitability of her fate. Would she be turned out on the street? Could she at least convince him to pay passage for her back east where there was a higher concentration of people and perhaps some city job she could find? It was a mining town with saloons and brothels abundant, but Ellie would rather die than end up in that situation. Grandfather paused, his eyes narrowing as though he could tell her mind wasn't fully focused on him and hanging on his every word. To his employees and the rest of the city, he probably looked like the doting grandfather as he'd taken in his wayward daughter and her illegitimate child to save them from starvation and exposure to the elements 10 years before, but Ellie knew the truth. He'd stuck them in a linen closet and only allowed them to eat with the servants in the kitchen. The two of them had worked their fingers to the bone as unpaid labor in his house, save for the times he'd bring them out for gatherings and parties with his other wealthy friends. Her calloused hands and strong back were evidence of the type of work she often did, so he'd force her to wear gloves to cover them. He'd begrudgingly allowed a tutor to be brought in for Ellie, Miss Lutkin, but she'd been finished with her school for over a year now. "It's convenient, really," Grandfather said as he leaned back in his chair and took a deep, wet breath. "At least, I held on until you turned 18. He held up an envelope. "This is a copy of my will and the trust I've set up for you to access upon my demise." He spoke with no emotion, as though he spoke of the weather and not his own death. Ellie's eyes widened. He'd actually left her money? Why in the world would he do that? A trust, sir?" In all the scenarios she'd imagined might happen after he passed, she'd never dreamed he'd leave her a dime. Hope started to bloom in her chest, but it wasn't long-lived. "An account with your name on it," he spat as though she hadn't known what the word meant. "Not that you'll be able to access the funds anytime soon. I've placed some stipulations to unlock the funds in the paperwork, but you can find them yourself." He tossed the envelope on the floor, his chuckle as cruel as his eyes as he narrowed them at her. "Go ahead, take them. I've got copies." He and Percival laughed as Ellie stepped forward to retrieve the envelope. "You're dismissed." Ellie shuddered at the memory, the way he'd always call her Eleanor and insist she introduce herself as such. Mama had been the one to call her Ellie, the only person in her life to ever show her any warmth or love other than her tutor, Miss Lutkin, until she was turned out when Ellie finished school. When Mama had died after Ellie's 12th birthday, it had only been Miss Lutkin left, and 4 years later she'd been sent away as well once Ellie finished her schooling. Jared back into the present by the trickling of a stream before her, Ellie knelt to take a drink. The water was cold, ice cold, but at least the day would warm up as the sun rose. Hopefully it wouldn't make her sick. She had no way to boil it, and dying of lack of water after escaping Brent's capture would defeat the entire purpose. She couldn't quite tell due to the dense tree cover, but at least there was more light than when she'd left camp. It would have been nice to have some thicker clothes, but perhaps the sunshine would warm the woods a little. It wasn't nearly as cold as it had been a few of the nights, and for that, she was grateful. How she not frozen to death was a bit of a miracle. She'd barely slept between worrying what Brent might do to her if she slept unawares and the sheer discomfort of the cold. Brent had been gone all night, which wasn't unusual. Where he went, she had no idea, but he always came back smelling of liquor and perfume. It had to mean there was a town nearby, a town where she might find a woman who could help her. Could she possibly find work cleaning a boarding house or in the kitchen of a restaurant? Or perhaps helping a mother with childcare? At least until she could earn enough money to find a larger city? "You there," a deep voice from behind startled her so much she fell backwards onto her backside. Thankfully, the ground beneath her was dry as she scrambled to her feet. A stranger with a broader build than Brent and navy blue eyes sat atop a horse, his face full of concern Ellie didn't even begin to trust. "Are you lost?" He looked sure of himself up there. Another version of Ellie might have been tempted to trust him enough to ask for help, but it simply wasn't possible. The man didn't dismount, something which brought Ellie at least a modicum of comfort. "And no, I know where I'm going and I'm armed." The lies tasted bitter on her tongue. She'd learned never to trust a man, even a seemingly innocent one, and she wasn't about to start now. The man sighed, as though he knew good and well of her falsehoods. "Well, I'm Micah Sutton. My family's ranch is that way, and we'll be happy to help you if anything changes. Do you have any food?" Her stomach, devoid of food for nearly 2 days now, gnawed on itself. It wasn't audible, but the feel of her bones protruding without her normal layer of healthy fat was probably obvious. Her slightly more curvy natural frame had always bothered grandfather, and he'd told the cooks to limit food for her more than once in an attempt to give her the waifish figure he said men preferred on women. Why he cared, she didn't know, as he'd not accepted the suit of any young men who'd asked to court her. She'd only been of age for a little while, and he was sick for most of it. A bitter amusement rose in her at the idea he might finally be satisfied with her figure. It wasn't her low weight which had Ellie infuriatingly self-conscious as she locked eyes with the handsome cowboy. It was also the knowledge her curly blonde hair was caked and matted, her clothes were torn and nearly threadbare from the time on the trail, and she sported an entire layer of dirt and mud where her normally fair skin ought to be. "I'm fine." The words were clipped, and her body rebelled at that particular lie with as much energy as it could, her stomach growling in betrayal. Would she starve to death out here before she made it into town? Would she faint from hunger and a predator come by and eat her? The man, Micah, he'd said, sighed again. "Let me at least give you some food. I won't even dismount Finn if it'll make you more comfortable." Ellie's hands trembled, but her hunger won over her caution. She nodded quickly, unable to form words as her mouth suddenly began to water at the thought of food. Micah unlatched a leather bag from his saddle and checked the contents. Placing his canteen inside as well, the man tossed it to the ground at her feet. "There, hopefully that'll keep you fed for a day or two, and if you do decide you need help, we're over the ridge to the south." He pointed behind him, and Ellie warred within herself. How was it the sight of the food and canteen tossed at her feet felt nothing like the papers from her trust tossed in the same spot? The papers had been thrown in an attempt to humiliate her, but Micah had stayed on his horse for the purpose of making her comfortable. What was it he'd said? A ranch? That meant cowboys, more men than she could stomach at the moment. Especially after all that had happened in California after news of her grandfather's will stipulations had spread. She still didn't understand how it had happened, but it wouldn't surprise her if Percival James had been involved in creating her even more desperate situation. No, more than a handful of the miners had all become predators, and Ellie felt like nothing but prey. The rules served no purpose but to torture her, though she had no doubt he'd convinced his lawyer of other motives. "Thank you." It took everything in Micah not to swing down from Finn, throw this woman over his shoulder, and take her back to the ranch so she could be properly taken care of. There was dried blood in her blonde hair, a fading bruise on her cheek, and she looked at least 15 pounds underweight. She had to be the woman at the camp he had found, and the wounds on her wrists told him exactly why the camp itself hadn't looked like a woman was there at first. At least, it hadn't until he'd found her hairpins the day before. Could he possibly convince her to come with him? Not today, but maybe he could slowly gain her trust. "Listen, why don't you meet me back here tomorrow morning? I can bring you some more food and maybe some warm clothes." He'd do it right now, but Micah sensed the woman needed more time. "It's warming up, but do you need my coat? You can give it back tomorrow." In these woods, there were also predators, wolves, coyotes, the occasional black bear, and snakes once the weather warmed up. She didn't look like she had much in the way of survival skills, and she certainly didn't carry anything with her to catch or snare food. Still, this woman was like a skittish, unbroken colt. If he pushed, she'd bolt, and he'd never see her again. The woman seemed to debate with herself whether she should grab the bag, but her hunger apparently won out. She hurried forward, kneeling to grab the bag without breaking eye contact with him. The second she had it in her possession, she scurried backwards once more. Shaking her head wildly, the woman stepped back 2 more steps. Her fingers clutched his saddlebag to her like it held the finest gold. No, I don't need your jacket. I'll try to come back tomorrow." Her words tumbled out until she clamped her mouth shut. Thank you for the food. I need to go." With energy he couldn't imagine she had based on her appearance, the woman turned and fled to the east, the opposite direction of the camp he'd found. He felt completely powerless, helpless when all he wanted to do was take her home, but he couldn't force her. He wouldn't, especially when someone else had apparently already held her against her will. His gut churned, the blood in his veins boiling. Micah had no doubt he'd be capable of murder if said man were to wander across his path. After the way Pa had treated Mama, He'd not hesitate to pull the trigger on any man who harmed a woman. For better or worse, the Lord would forgive him for it. At that moment, said man was nowhere near him. He had no outlet for his anger, his worry over the woman he'd run off, or any way to change things for her. The chilly breeze wafting through this dense tree cover normally brought him peace, as did any other time outside in the vast expanses of God's creation, but not right now. Something pricked his heart. Was it the conviction Pastor Jim talked about? Should he pray about it the way the man always said? His whole life, he'd heard the encouragement to pray and give things to the Lord, but where was God when his father had treated them as he had? Micah went to church for the children, to set a good example for them, and he supposed he believed the Almighty was real, but he'd never be able to trust difficult situations to him. He'd seen too much. No, he'd be back tomorrow and convince the woman to come with him. It'd fly in the face of everything he stood for, but if she wouldn't come, he'd figure out a way to make it happen. Isaac would be gone with the others on the cattle drive, and he'd asked Micah to stay behind in case whoever had been squatting at the camp to the north of their property caused trouble. Still, none of that felt as important as getting this woman out of the woods and into a place where she could heal. He sighed, the prick in his heart even stronger. Fine, he grumbled as he pointed Finn back in the direction of the ranch. Lord, if you care about this woman, I need you to bring her back tomorrow so I can help her. His mama would probably tell him to quit telling God how to do his job, but it was the only solution he could see. She's gonna freeze out here when the weather turns, or she'll get recaptured by whoever had her. Please, bring her back. Isaac had recently become far more convinced of God's care for the happenings of their day-to-day lives, something Micah attributed to his falling for the children's teacher, Louisa. She'd been good for him, and Micah was happy for his brother, but he didn't know if he'd ever get there. It had burned when he learned how Isaac's first wife, Martha, had died. Micah had always thought his brother married for love only to find out he'd married her because she knew she was dying and wanted someone to adopt her 3 children. He understood he'd been young when Martha and the children came to stay with them, and she hadn't been with them long before she'd succumbed to the illness she'd gotten trying to provide for her children, but for his brothers to never tell him the truth? It felt like a betrayal, or maybe like they didn't trust him. There wasn't any use in dwelling on things of the past. He'd do what Pastor Jim and Hal always tried to convince him to do and give the blonde woman he'd come across in the woods over to the Lord. His fists clenched on Finn's reins, and he had to actively work to loosen them and relax his body. Maybe surrender was a muscle which grew the more it was used? With barely a thimbleful of faith anyone was even listening, Micah nudged Finn into a gallop and rode towards the ranch. The brick of dread settled in his stomach like nothing but dead weight. He'd be back, and he'd figure out a way to get her back to the ranch. It was the only answer, the only one he could stomach anyway. Chapter 2. Ellie girl, Mama said loudly to be heard over the waves lapping at the shoreline. Come look at this. Mama crouched in the sand, picking up a star-shaped seashell. This is called a starfish. Have you read about those? 11-year-old Ellie loved to read, and any books Mama had been able to get her hands on, she'd given to her daughter. Her tutor, Miss Lutkin, had done the same. Yes, they're so interesting. Is it alive? It was rough and pinkish cream, but it looked more like a seashell than any sort of fish Ellie had ever seen. Does it bite? Mama chuckled, the light in her eyes somehow still not dimmed by the way the two of them were treated at grandfather's. Mama's brown eyes twinkled, this time with happiness instead of the tears she so often shed at home. I don't believe they bite. Would you like to hold it before tossing it back into the ocean? She winked, and Ellie nodded resolutely, somewhat wishing she could keep it but knowing the ocean was where it belonged. Slowly, carefully, Mama placed the starfish in her hand and Ellie relished in the feel of its rough flesh against hers. It was impossible to believe it was really a fish, even though she'd read about them with Miss Lutkin. Turning it over, she handed it back to her mother. I think he wants to go home now. After all, it couldn't be comfortable to be out of the water, could it? Ellie knew a thing or two about being out of place, and she wouldn't wish it on any creature. Her brow furrowed, and she watched the alleged fish sail back into the ocean. Are you sure it'll be all right, Mama? I read that fish can't survive very long out of the water due to their gills, but I didn't see any gills on the starfish. Oh, my dear girl, Mama said as she wrapped her arm around Ellie's shoulders and they stared out at the ocean. It was the first time they'd been alone since grandfather dragged them all the way out here to this meeting with his colleague. The man was a widower, and even Ellie knew grandfather had hoped the man would be drawn in by Mama's beauty, her beautiful blonde hair and soft features. You are too smart for your own good at times, too perceptive as well. She placed a kiss on Ellie's head and glanced back up the beach to the fancy hotel where they'd been staying, yet another gilded cage, as Mama called it. The business partner hadn't seemed the least bit interested in Mama, and he'd completely ignored Ellie at dinner the night before. I suppose we'd better head back before your grandfather returns from his meetings. We'd better not mention we came down here to the beach. He might find out anyway, but at least they'd had their toes in the sand for a moment. Of course, grandfather would find their bare feet scandalous, but Ellie didn't care. He found a lot of things scandalous. Ellie swung in and out of consciousness, her head pounding as she wrenched her eyes open, her shoulder in so much pain she wanted to vomit. Why was it so dark, and what was on the ground below her? It was cold, so cold, and damp wherever she'd been placed. Only then, forcing herself onto her side to get a breath, did she remember what had happened. She'd run from Micah, the cowboy who'd seemed kind enough, only to decide to turn around and take a risk on meeting him again the next day. Only, Brent managed to find her in the woods, taking his anger out on her with a leather strap to her back and basically throwing her down what she thought was a mine shaft. She'd initially tried to climb out, but apparently he'd pulled her shoulder out of its socket when he dropped her. The movement to her side only exacerbated the pain in her shoulder, and in the moment, she'd gladly let someone take it off with a rusty saw if it meant it would stop the hurting. She'd not had any food in days, but maybe it was a good thing as the pain brought the bile up into her throat. No, she couldn't vomit, not when she couldn't move out of her own way. Tears filled her eyes as she swallowed it down, hopelessness blooming. How in the world could she get out of this mess? Hot tears trickled down her cheek, warming the spot for a breath until the chill overtook her once more. She shuddered, her shoulder burning with unbearable pain at the movement. "Help me, Lord," she cried softly. "Or let me die before Brent can get us before a judge." Grandfather's stipulations, the ones which had put a target on her back in California from every businessman and mine worker alike, had stated she must marry and have children in order to access her trust. If she didn't do so within 1 year, the trust would be turned over to grandfather's business partner, Percival. She felt a little sick at even the thought of the man, but maybe it was simply the muddy ground on which she'd been deposited like a sack of flour, or more of the same pain and agony at her situation. She had been at the mercy of the men in her life since Mama had had no choice but to seek shelter at her own father's when Ellie was still a child. Suddenly, a sound overhead had her glancing upwards as though she could see anything in the pitch black. Lord, she thought she heard. "Go before me." It didn't sound like Brent, and he certainly wouldn't be asking anything of the Lord. Was it possible the kind cowboy had returned? The one whose navy eyes had her hoping against all hope he was trustworthy? "Micah," the voice said. "There's a floor down here, but be careful." Micah, the cowboy from the creek. He'd come back for her. Footsteps sounded, and the light of a lantern shone in her face. "Eleanor." His voice sounded off, but had to be him. "Eleanor, we're here to help you." How did he know her name? Had Brent told him? What little energy she had left had her tensing, only to hiss at the pain all over her body. Was he working with Brent? No, she choked out. It sounded pitiful, even to her, but she couldn't risk the possibility of them working together. "Please, leave me alone." She'd rather die on this dirty floor than marry Brent, or any other man for that matter. Her arm continued to feel as though someone had torn it clean off her body, but all the pain remained. The scent of the woods approached her, and she saw Micah kneel beside her in the low lamplight. "Eleanor," he said softly, as though speaking to a wounded animal. "That's your name, right? I promise, no one's going to hurt you again." Could she possibly believe him? Was he her only chance? How could he possibly know her name? Brent would have been the only way he could, but that would have meant the cowboy was in cahoots with him, right? "No, don't call me Eleanor." He called me Eleanor. Call me Ellie. It didn't matter, not in the scheme of things, but the sound of her full name on his lips grated like forks scraping dinner plates in an otherwise silent meal. He? Another voice sounded this time, the same one who'd spoken earlier. Brent? The man who captured you? He's gone, Ellie. He won't be back. Questions swirled in her head, but how much could she trust them? Was it possible she was being led out of one frying pan and into a raging fire? It didn't matter how her head and arm throbbed or her back burned. Her head shook and her body shivered. No, the man responsible for the trust and effectively putting a target on my back. My father. As soon as the word father left her lips, she clocked her lie. She'd been referring to him as her father since Brent took her, as the man apparently hadn't dug enough to realize he was her mother's father. She'd not cared to correct him, and something about the half-truth gave her some semblance of power and control. She'd come clean if she made it out of this, but she still didn't know if she could trust the cowboys in the mine shaft, no matter how much she wanted to. We'll keep you safe from your father too, Ellie, but first we have to get you out of this mine shaft. Can you stand on your own, or do you need help? She noticed Micah tensing and trading looks with his brother, but it wasn't something she had enough energy to question. No, there was no way she could do it on her own, but to willingly accept his help? It might be the greatest risk of all. She slowly pushed to a sitting position with the arm that didn't feel as though someone had ripped it entirely off her body, cradling the lame one as best she could at her stomach. She'd managed to get a foot under her when her body gave out, pitching forward until strong, but gentle hands caught her. Ellie, he whispered, his voice thick with something her brain couldn't place. We're going to get you out of here, and no one's going to hurt you ever again. First, I need you to trust me enough to let me pick you up. Can you do that? Another tear rolled down her cheek. The fear, the anger, the absolute terror at the idea of trusting a man to help her, it all warred with the knowledge it was her only way out. That knowledge, the tiniest spark of hope in the chasm of her mind, gave her the courage to nod slowly. All right, but just you. Micah paced outside the bedroom door in Louise's cottage as Dr. Kelly Thorne examined Ellie inside. What's taking so long? He knew he growled at his brothers, but the weight of the guilt of what had happened to the woman threatened to choke him. He'd told Louisa he suspected a woman at the campsite due to her pins, but he'd not told her the full story of it with everything going on. The muted sounds of Callie speaking drifted through the door, but he didn't hear any response from Ellie. Calm down, Micah, Isaac admonished. Callie will work as quickly as she can, but she's got to check her over. Jacob hadn't spoken, and Micah couldn't blame him. The woman Jacob thought he would marry stood one wall over, the first time she'd been back in town since she left a broken-hearted Jacob in her dust. She'll be all right. Micah did his best to do as he was told, distracting himself with studying the differences in the cottage since Louisa had moved in. She'd added lacy curtains in the living area and a couple of throw pillows to the small sofa. The wood stove warmed the place, though Micah knew Isaac brought wood in for her every morning and evening. What looked like a spare rag rug had been started and laid over the arm of the sofa, and a basket of knitting projects sat below. The clock on the wall said they only stood without update for a half hour, but Micah could have sworn it was far longer. They'd gotten her water to clean the cuts. Pastor Jim said Callie had carbolic acid in her bag to clean what she needed to, but Micah longed to do more. Louisa had even gone in to let Callie know she was welcome to dress Ellie in one of her dresses in the wardrobe, but there was nothing he could do but wait when the whole thing felt like something he could have stopped. It felt like days as he imagined Ellie drifting in and out of consciousness, the fear and pain she must feel. Finally, Callie cracked the door open, and all three cowboys' attention jerked in her direction. Jacob, Micah, would the two of you come inside so we can get Ellie's shoulder back in place? Micah fought the urge to push his brother out of the way as Jacob moved far too slowly for his liking. Is she awake? Would it be a good thing if she was, or would it be a kindness if she'd fainted from the pain? Putting a shoulder back in place hurt more than any other injury he'd ever received, and Jacob's quick work putting it back in place before the pain really set in was the only thing which saved him from agony. Ellie's shoulder had been out for who knew how long, as well as other injuries she'd likely accrued during her time with Brent. Fighting the boiling anger threatening to consume him at the idea of any man harming a woman, especially this one, Micah took deep breaths as he followed his brother and Callie into the bedroom. Yes, and I've assured her you two are safe men, but don't touch her unless we're actively working on her arm. Callie's brow rose, but her expression remained otherwise professional and stoic. Can you do that? Nodding quickly, Micah rounded Jacob and pushed through the door. Of course, she wouldn't trust men. She'd been captured by Brent and apparently had a nightmare for a father. If he had to guess, they weren't the only men who'd failed to protect her in her life. Despite having only met her, an altogether unfamiliar feeling of desperation to prove he was different bubbled in him the same way his rage had a moment before. Kneeling by Ellie's bedside, he took in her pale, gaunt face. It was clean now, and he could see the shadows of the beauty she held there. Her eyes looked exhausted, her pupils large due to her head wound and likely the pain. Callie handed Ellie a leather strap and pointed to her good hand with a nod. Micah, hold her free hand so it doesn't start flailing. Jacob, you're on this side to pull while I direct the injured arm back into its socket. You can do this, Ellie, Micah said with as much calm and comfort as he could muster. We're right here. He would be there for her until she left town or banished him. He wouldn't fail this woman again, not when he'd known good and well how much trouble she was in when he saw her in the woods. Ellie was so brave, and Micah wanted to put his fist through a wall by the time they had the joint back in place. Tears left tracks down her cheeks, but she'd not made a single sound as they'd worked the arm back into the right spot. He'd been 17 when his shoulder had been pulled out of socket by a horse he was trying to gentle, and he'd screamed and hollered when Jacob worked it back in. Somehow Ellie had swallowed her pain, but all it did was make Micah want to take it all away. Callie gave a few instructions while Ellie took deep breaths, her hand still firmly in Micah's. That's it, just breathe, Callie said softly. We'll keep it still for a few days, but the pain should be much better now. Thank you. Thank all of you. Her voice was shaky, twisting the knife in Micah's gut even further. It's our pleasure, Callie said. She sat down on the edge of the bed, her professional stoicism still in place. Ellie, if you're willing, I'd like you to come stay at the clinic in town with me. I'm a little concerned about your head wound and a potential concussion, and I've a bed for times when overnight patients need extra support. The thought sent panic rising in Micah once more. How could he take care of her and keep her safe if she was in town? Why can't she stay here? What if Brent hadn't worked alone? What if someone who worked for her father was looking for her? Letting her out of his sight after he'd already failed her felt unnecessarily risky. Jacob still stared at the floor, refusing to look at the doctor who once broke his heart, nor the patient as he answered. Because Ellie needs a physician to keep an eye on her until we know exactly how her wounds are going to behave, as well as watch to make sure her concussion is healing. This will keep Dr. Thorne from having to go back and forth so often. Plus, Louisa's busy with the children, and we're all busy with the ranch. We don't exactly have constant care around here. Micah sighed, trying to take in the logic of his brother's statement. It wasn't ideal, but they were right. There wasn't round-the-clock care at the ranch, and they had no way to treat her in an emergency. All right, but I'd like to go with you and help you get settled at the clinic. Ellie's eyes widened, still glassy from her ordeal. Oh, you don't have to dash. If you don't want me there, I'll stay here, but I'd like to come to make sure you get settled all right if you'll allow me. As though his free hand had a mind of its own, Micah reached up and smoothed a lock of Ellie's blonde hair behind her ear. He saw Callie studying him out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't tear his eyes from the woman before him. Was there any world in which this woman might one day grow to trust him? Ellie swallowed, but at least she didn't seem terrified of him. All right. The man who captured me. What happened to him? He's dead, Micah growled, unable to help himself. There was a part of him, the part knowing exactly how lost he'd be without the Lord, who'd like to bring the man back to life only to kill him again. He'll never hurt you again. Chapter 3. Ellie woke days later to the sunshine streaming through the patient room of the clinic on a clear blue day. Callie had gone to church earlier, but she and Pastor Jim had told Ellie they'd be back with lunch in a few hours. In the meantime, Ellie had managed to nap for a few hours. Her headache was still there faintly, and she couldn't quite manage to read for long yet. Callie's presence in the clinic and her near constant influx of visitors had been a comfort and welcome distraction from the long days and nights. At least, her arm didn't throb and make her feel sick to her stomach anymore. It was still sore, but absolutely nothing compared to what it had been during her day in the mineshaft. She'd spent the whole time fighting to stay conscious and keep what little nourishment and fluid she still had in her stomach inside. As soon as the agony of having the joint put back in place wore off, it was as though a blanket of relief had been draped over her. Now, it was only the demons of her mind she fought, in addition to her concussion and occasionally the wounds on her back. Between Louisa, a sweet lady from their church she'd met named Florence Day, and Micah's near daily trips to visit her, she'd barely had time to dwell on all which led her to the clinic's patient bed. At least, not during the day. The nights were still plagued with memories and nightmares of her being pulled off the street in California by Brent and a couple of his buddies. The days he'd held her in a shack while they figured out their plan. Her fear over what they'd do to her and their absolute cruelty in describing what they'd like to do. The rough handling and bare minimum food they'd given her until the day she and Brent left California. The moment he'd paid off the rail yard employee to look the other way as they stowed passage on the train bound for Dallas, and the glimmer of hope she'd felt when she briefly lost him during their disembarkation only to have him find her moments later. The hopelessness she'd felt in the campsite north of the Sutton Ranch as he'd hit her time and time again for nothing more than existing. He'd leave for hours at a time, particularly in the evenings, and come back smelling of liquor. Where exactly he found his vice, she didn't know, but it only served to make him meaner. Forcing down a shudder and the rising nausea and the memories, Ellie took deep breaths and tried to place herself back in the present moment. She was here. She was safe. The Lord brought her out of the fiery furnace, and she had to believe he'd been with her the whole time. Miss Lutkin had always promised he would, and Ellie knew Miss Lutkin had known they'd one day be parted once she finished her schooling. The dear woman had imparted everything she could before she left. The clinic's patient room had a little bit of art on the walls, art Ellie loved to study in her hours she'd spend resting. One of them was a beautiful landscape view of what she had to imagine was a meadow around Cloverdale. It had a creek running through it and groves of wildflowers in the background. The other was a more abstract piece, but studying the deep earthy colors and trying to extract the meaning from the piece had occupied her for far longer than she cared to admit. Would it be possible for her to paint again once her shoulder was healed? Could she ever bring herself to share her art with someone other than herself? She could well be awful at it, but Mama and Miss Lutkin had always spoken so highly of her work. Then again, they were the only people in her life who'd ever sought to build her up. Perhaps that was all they were doing. The bell above the clinic's door jingled, but it wasn't Callie who appeared at the door to the patient room. It was Micah. For once, he didn't have Pastor Jim or someone else with him, though his face was flushed with something. Had he run here? Micah, has something happened? It's all taken care of now, he said as he entered the patient room and pulled out the chair near her bed. Pastor Jim said he'd come by in a bit to play chaperone, but he got delayed at church. His jaw tightened, clearly unhappy with whatever had happened. Aidan O'Sullivan, the father of the boy Jamie who passed away from the infection, came storming into the churchyard after service this morning. He blames Callie for Jamie's death. Ellie gasped, heart-hurting for her friend as she thought of how broken Callie had been coming back from that call. He was hours from death before she even got there. Even his brothers who came to fetch her said he was in a bad way. Callie hadn't shared much with her, but she'd gathered much from the woman's pain when she'd returned that night. Plus, she'd heard her sharing a bit with Pastor Jim, as well as Callie's sobs as he murmured softly to her. The sound of a father comforting a daughter, a pair who clearly loved one another very much, had both made her grateful Callie had such a thing and sad Ellie never would for herself. I know, Micah replied as he removed his Stetson to reveal the same dark brown hair as his brother's. He's grieving, out of his mind with it, and he'd clearly been drinking. Jacob kept him from hitting Callie when he tried, and she's stitching Jacob up now. Memories of how mean her grandfather would become after drinking crashed over her. Liquor is an awful substance. I don't know if I could ever trust a man who partook. She knew there were those who drank without drinking to excess, but all the problems she'd ever had at the hands of men had all been exacerbated by drinking. I've seen too much. Micah's eyes softened, and he watched her carefully. Would you tell me about your life in California? I haven't wanted to push, but I guess there are a lot of gaps I'd like to fill to know more about you. Could she tell him everything? Where would she even start? The beginning seemed like as good a place as any, but it was quite the tale. I was an illegitimate baby. I have never met my father, though my mother knew who he was. She'd grown up in a home with a cruel father, and she'd left at 18 with the first man who made her feel like she belonged, like she mattered. It turned out, he only wanted her for the fortune of my grandfather's mines, but grandfather wasn't about to turn over his money to the man who'd gotten his daughter pregnant out of wedlock. The moment he realized this, he took off. Micah's jaw tightened, but Ellie didn't fear his anger. She'd come to recognize it always seemed directed at men who'd hurt women. What did your mother do? My grandfather still wasn't a kind man, and she didn't want to go home. She managed to find work as a cook and a laundress in the mining town where she'd grown up, but eventually the couple who owned the restaurant she worked in retired and moved back east. No one else would hire her, as virtually everyone else in town had ties to the mine and was afraid hiring her would mean their loved one would lose their job. Why would they lose their job? The crux of all her and her mother's woes. My grandfather had a need for control which rivaled anyone you'd ever met. He wanted us back under his roof, but he hated us at the same time. Micah's brows furrowed, and Ellie anticipated the question coming next as he put the pieces together. Wait, wasn't it your father who left you the trust when he died? Ellie sighed. No, I lied and said it was my father because Brent believed it was. He'd been working in one of the mines, I guess, and the rumor mill isn't all that accurate. Whether he believed I was my mother and didn't think to do the math on my age, or if he didn't care, I don't know. I never corrected him. Something in me needed to grasp the tiniest bit of control on my own life. It was the last thing I had left. When you showed up in the mine, I didn't know if I could trust any of you yet, and it kind of slipped out in my confusion. She bit her bottom lip, nervous as to how he'd react to her falsehood. Would he write her off entirely or understand the duress she'd been under? Understandable. Sorry to interrupt. His navy eyes studied her without judgment, something she was wholly unfamiliar with for most of her life. Go on. She continued with her story, telling him all about how word had spread like wildfire of the terms of her trust once grandfather died, something she still questioned as to how it happened. Percival was the only one she knew beyond his lawyers who'd have known, but there could have been others. She'd been unable to leave the house, as much a gilded prison as it had ever been, as executives and miners alike all tried to come onto her. She didn't feel safe for a single moment in the months following his death. It shouldn't have surprised anyone that she was kidnapped by Brent and his friends on her way to meet another one of the mine executive's daughters for tea, or so she thought. I should have known, she said with a scoff. Amy had never asked me over before. The note she allegedly sent said she was so sorry about all I'd been going through, and she wanted to give me a few fun hours. I was so starved for any sort of relationship or communication at that point, I didn't even consider the letter might be fake. Friendship had never been something grandfather allowed or encouraged for her, nor was it offered due to her parentage, so any sort of relationship with other young women in town felt like being offered water in the middle of the desert. Brent was lying in wait for you, Micah said understandingly. You couldn't have known. No, but looking back it feels obvious. I was the illegitimate child of grandfather's wayward daughter. They'd barely even looked my way, much less invited me to any sort of gathering. She sighed as the front door to the clinic opened once more, and the smell of roast chicken and fresh bread wafted inside. Pastor Jim's voice, a little less jovial than normal, sounded. I've got lunch. Callie's right behind me. He stepped through the door to the patient room and stopped with a raised brow. I should have known you'd be here, Micah. I thought we discussed you weren't to come here without Callie or myself present. I trust you, and so does Callie, but we do have Ellie's reputation to think about. Ellie had no doubt if the pastor's hands weren't full of food, he'd have crossed his arms over his chest. He wasn't stern with his speech, but he was correct. Micah looked a little like a dog who'd been tapped with a rolled-up newspaper. I knew you two were coming, but I let my impatience get the better of me. Do I need to leave? Jim gestured to the bed. That's up to Ellie, I reckon. No, he can stay. I promise, he was never anything but a gentleman. He had been. Despite her difficulty trusting men in general, the men here in Cloverdale and on the Sutton Ranch had been nothing but kind to her. Jim had been kind as well, sitting and talking with her often when Callie was busy with other patients. Is that from Rosie's Cafe? Her mouth watered, her body still craving full meals after all the weight she'd lost. Sure is, and I think she threw in some chocolate cake for you to boot. Jim grimaced jokingly. She never does that for me. As always, Rosie sent plenty of food to feed an army, so Ellie offered her leftovers to Micah as the two of them and Pastor Jim talked. Micah asked him questions about his sermon that morning on scripture from Micah's namesake book of the Bible. Micah, Ellie asked as she finished her slice of bread and the last of her beans and roasted potatoes. You and all your brothers have biblical names, but you've told me your father wasn't any more religious than my grandfather. How did that happen? Micah smiled softly, the pain in his eyes breaking Ellie's heart. Our mama loved the Lord more than anyone else I've ever met, and she trusted he'd guide us even when she was gone. We've all had our doubts, and sometimes mine still feel big enough to bury me, but she figured we could always come back to our namesakes for answers if nothing else. An understatement, for sure. Sometimes, his doubts over what the Lord had allowed in their lives felt harder to summit than the tallest mountain. I don't reckon I've looked into Micah all that much, though I've heard Jim preach on him a few times, like today. Pastor Jim grinned wide, and Micah knew he thrived under these situations. We all have our doubts, son. Do you want to know why I love the story of Micah? If he was honest, Micah hadn't paid much attention to the service that morning, anxious to get to Ellie and make sure she was all right after being left alone. Now, he was distracted by all she'd told him about her childhood. What kind of grandfather would treat his granddaughter that way? What possible motive would he have for leaving her the money with such an impossible stipulation? Sensing he needed to respond, Micah shook the distraction free. Why's that? Lip quirked in a knowing smile, Jim continued. Micah was a prophet during a time of great injustice and unrighteousness. The Lord was angry at the people, and Micah had to communicate the judgment to come. Despite it, he also shared the hope of the coming Messiah. He had every reason to doubt, yet instead he used his anger to fuel his faith in the Lord and bring the promise of greater tomorrows. Even when it felt hopeless, Ellie whispered, I don't know if I'm strong enough. She had every reason to question, and Micah opened his mouth to reassure her when Pastor Jim beat him to the punch. Of course, you aren't, dear one. None of us are. It's only through the Lord God and His Holy Spirit we can possibly keep our eyes fixed on the things above outlined in Colossians chapter 3. Set your affection on things above, not on things on the earth. Jim winked at Ellie. I've failed over and over with this particular goal, but God has been faithful to bring me back every time. The way Ellie asked questions of Jim, the way she listened with such reverence and curiosity, it convicted Micah regarding his often wandering thoughts during the service. Ellie, were you ever able to attend church in California? She spoke as though she had some understanding of faith, but it was a young one at best. Ellie blushed, and Micah immediately regretted the question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. No, you didn't, she said quickly. My tutor back in my grandfather's house was a Christian. She reminds me a little of how you describe your mother, actually. She couldn't teach me too much about the Bible since grandfather thought it all a waste of time, but she did manage to work Bible stories into our literacy lessons when she could. She even shared about it with my mother, though I've always wondered if Mama accepted Jesus before she died. You know, Pastor Jim said, there's been more than one occasion in my life where I've been fascinated by the ability of plants to put down roots in awful conditions. Sure, we do our best to take care of them, but how often have you seen a plant sprouting up from gravel, or even growing from the waste of an animal? Micah had seen it more than once, so many times it had become normal to him. Happens all the time. Exactly, Jim replied. Ellie and Micah too, both of you are growing in your faith from rocky soil. Sure, Micah, you've grown up in church with your mother and your brothers, but it takes courage to fight through the childhood you had. To view God as a loving father, you have to come to peace with your upbringing. Ellie, you're much the same, but you didn't have the benefit of a church family the way Micah did. He was right. Hal, Pastor Jim, Florence, and a whole host of other adults had joined Mama in bolstering their young faiths. It didn't mean Micah hadn't had his doubts, pretty big ones even recently, but the Lord had always met him where he was and guided him back. He was about to speak when Ellie beat him to the punch, tears in her eyes as she spoke. Those plants that grow in rocky soil, what kind of roots do they put down? Well, Jim chuckled. Depends on the plant. You know, if they do manage to put down deep roots, roots like the trees planted by the water in the book of Isaiah, they're nearly impossible to take out. Pastor Jim took her hand, a far more fatherly action than it would have been if Micah had done it. I'm so sorry about your mother. There has been more than one death over the years in which I've had to remind myself not a single person knows the heart of a man on their deathbed. It's given me great comfort over the years. Could it be possible? Micah had always wondered if his upbringing meant he'd be relegated to a shallow faith, unable to understand the depth of the Father's love, as well as the finer points of Christian doctrine. He was a simple cowboy, after all. Jim made it sound like it didn't matter where one started, and it may actually be a benefit to him. They continued to talk for a bit longer, and Pastor Jim more or less shared his whole sermon from the morning with Ellie. She seemed to love every moment of it, latching on to his words like a starving man encountering a table laden with food. By mid-afternoon, Callie had returned, and Micah knew it was time to head home. I'll come back as soon as I can get away this week, he promised Ellie as Pastor Jim excused himself to help Callie fold some laundry. At least, that's what he said. You don't have to come so often, Micah, Ellie replied quickly. I hate to think I'm keeping you from your work. Micah raised his hand, slowly so he didn't scare her, and ran the backs of his fingers down her still too thin cheek. I want to come. I need to make sure you're safe, need to see it for myself. Ellie bit her lower lip, studying him but clearly thinking. This isn't your fault, Micah. None of it's your fault. He could disagree, but he didn't bother arguing. It wouldn't do any good anyway. All I can do from here is make sure you're safe, and you will be as soon as you get out to the ranch. I can promise you that. He'd more or less avoided her reassurance, but it was the best he could do. Chapter 4. All right, Callie said as she breezed through the door to the patient room a week later. I don't have any appointments this afternoon. Jacob set on washing the linens out back, and Louisa brought enough snacks to feed an army. Unless there's an emergency, I think we'll be fine for tea. Louisa squealed, her excitement contagious to Ellie's heart. She'd been discharged the week before with the Suttons offering for her to room with Louisa in the cottage for as long as she needed. Cecily is thrilled there's another woman around on the ranch. I think she was keeping the house running for so long before I came, she missed out on some of the finer points of young womanhood. Louisa placed a hand on Ellie's arm and squeezed. We're so glad you're home, even if we are back at the clinic for tea a week later. Home. It was a slip of the tongue for Louisa, but a concept Ellie wasn't sure she'd ever really felt, save for the presence of Mama. I can't wait to try the cookie recipe Cecily and Liza have been working on. Ellie had so enjoyed spending time with Louisa and the children since she'd been discharged, and they'd had a ball discussing the Christmas menu and decorating the ranch house for the season. Even the boys had gotten involved, although there had been more than a few popcorn fights and string lassos along the way. Well, you're in luck. She sent some with me today, along with more Christmas goodies than we'll ever be able to eat. Thank you, too, for coming to the clinic, Callie said as she settled into a chair. I really can't get away during the day, at least not until Jacob can stand on his own in the clinic. Speaking of which, Louisa said with a raised brow. How are things going there? Callie had initially been a little hesitant, and Ellie couldn't blame her. She didn't know the ins and outs of Jacob and Callie's story, but it was a hard one. Louisa cared about them both, and she was protective of those she loved. Is he behaving himself? Callie sighed, taking a cookie from the tray. He's an excellent trainee, but I've always known he would be. We're finding our footing personally again, and some days I think it's 2 steps forward, 1.5 steps back. Her brown eyes told Ellie exactly how she felt about the matter, as did the slight droop of her normally confident posture. It turned out Callie Thorne did have a weakness, after all, in the form of a cowboy named Jacob Sutton. It was interesting, Ellie realized. Having friends wasn't something she'd ever been allowed. She'd always taken people at face value, but learning the depths of Louisa and Callie, the pieces they didn't let everyone see, it felt like an honor. Callie let her guard down when speaking about Jacob, even if her words didn't reflect it yet. "It's still forward progress," Louisa said gently. "I'm praying the Lord leads you to where He wants you to be, and He heals your hearts in the process." Smiling sadly, Callie nodded. "Thank you. It's really all we can do, I suppose. Now, enough about me. Do you think Isaac will propose this Christmas?" Louisa giggled, her genuine joy like a wind chime on a summer day. "Oh, I hope so. I have a suspicion he'll propose while my family's here, but I'm trying not to think too much about it." She sighed happily. "I would have never imagined I'd end up on a ranch in Texas in love with a cowboy and his 8 children, but I don't think I could write a better story for myself if I tried." Those children, Cecily being the oldest at 13, followed by Liza at 10 and William at 7, were Isaac's adopted children. Micah told her their mother Martha had shown up on the Sutton Ranch doorstep years before when William was only months old, begging Isaac to marry her and adopt her children. Micah hadn't known it at the time, but she was suffering the effects of an illness contracted in the work she felt she had to turn to feed her children after Brent had abandoned his family to try his hand in grandfather's mine. The judge had granted them a divorce on grounds of abandonment, and Martha lived as a Sutton for the last months of her life. Then, as word spread about the Sutton Ranch being a haven for those who needed a home, other children began to arrive. Some were brought by well-meaning folks in the community, like 10-year-old Toby and 6-year-old Sophia, both younger at the time. Benjamin and Austin, the twins, had come west on the orphan train and not managed to find a home until Isaac took them in. Ellie couldn't remember how almost 5-year-old Reuben came to live with them, but she knew he'd been silent for most of the first year until recently. The children were all Isaac's now, with some of them calling him Papa while others called him by his name. Micah had told her he didn't mind, and it all tended to hinge on what kind of parents their own had been. What might her life have been like if she'd found her way to somewhere like the Sutton Ranch after Mama died? The seeming palace she'd grown up in had always been a gilded prison, and she'd have relished the idea of siblings and a family who loved her. But at least, as she refocused on the 2 women before her, she had the hope of such a life now. In opposition to Callie's slightly more guarded nature, Louisa seemed to wear her heart on her sleeve. She'd once told Ellie she was an open book, and she had no skeletons in her closet because she put them all on her front porch. It was encouraging to see, but Ellie didn't think she'd ever manage to be quite so open as her loquacious friend. "Seems like you've got someone looking out for you," Ellie said with a wink as she took a sip of her tea. Micah had driven them into town this morning, but something had been distracting him. Normally, he talked freely and joked with her, though she'd noticed he was much quieter with everyone else. "Someone who writes a good story." "Amen," Louisa agreed. "Jim said he really enjoyed getting to chat with you about things of faith while you were here at the clinic." Pastor Jim's words echoed in her mind about strong plants growing from rocky soil. He'd gone on later to talk about how the little plant would eventually need to find a firm foundation, but faith wasn't determined by the knowledge one began with or the legacy of family. "He's been so generous to spend so much time with me." "Oh," Callie said with a chuckle. "I think it was the highlight of his year." Nothing brings Papa more joy than getting to share Bible stories, typically reserved for children, and teach on the deeper faith themes present within them. He was like a child on Christmas morning every time. It meant so much to me, and I enjoyed them so much. I only managed to learn a few of them growing up with my tutor, Miss Lutkin, and she'd not been able to go too far into the application due to grandfather's ever-present spies all over the place. Louisa's eyes brightened. "You should join me in teaching a Sunday school class for all the children in town. We plan to start in January, and it'll give you a chance to hear more of them. It's like they say, there's nothing quite like teaching to master a subject." "Oh, I couldn't teach them," Ellie said quickly. "I'm happy to help you with the class, but I don't know the first thing about teaching children." She'd had so little experience with them, even as a child herself. Watching other children in town play out the window of her gilded prison would be burned into her memory forever, as she wished for a time before they'd moved there when her belly was empty, but her heart was full. Being at the ranch, it had reminded her of all the beautiful pieces of childhood. The Sutton children had brought her so much joy in the time she'd been there, but it was still so foreign to her. "You're far better with children than you think," Louisa replied. "Don't you worry about teaching for a good while. I can handle it. You come and help me wrangle the hooligans." She winked. "They'll need a good bit of wrangling over the next few months since Florence Day is in charge of the Founders' Day festival in late March and wants them to perform a song or two for the town." Callie's eyes widened, and she burst into laughter. "Oh, goodness, that brings back memories. Please ask one of the Sutton men to tell you about the time the school children were asked to perform a play about the founding of Cloverdale, and how Jacob ended up punching Benny Watkins in the nose during the play because he kept pulling my hair and trying to trip me." Her eyes went a little glassy, and Ellie knew she was letting the memories wash over her. "I can't wait to see this." Over the next hour, the women talked, laughed, and even giggled over stories from Callie's childhood and tales from Louisa's own adventures with so many siblings. Even though she had so little to add, Ellie didn't feel like an outsider. For the first time in her life, the women around her made her feel welcome and loved simply for who she was rather than the circumstances surrounding her existence. She was so new to things of faith, though she'd prayed often growing up as Miss Lutkin told her to, and it seemed as though one of her longest-running prayers was finally being answered. Mama had never had friends either, especially not once they'd moved back in with Grandfather. Initially, they'd both tried to befriend some of the house staff, but he'd squashed that as soon as he noticed. After a while, the conversation circled back to Callie's work at the clinic and how she was faring after Jamie O'Sullivan's death and his father's misplaced blame. "I don't think I'll ever be fully over it, but I don't know that I need to be," Callie said thoughtfully. "My mentor told me over and over to never let the wins go to our heads or the losses go to our heart, but we need to remember the lessons for all of them." What did she mean by not letting losses go to your heart? Ellie couldn't imagine losing a patient and not feeling deeply for them. She essentially meant not to get too prideful about any outcome, but to recognize God was ultimately in control. We could do our very best and still lose a patient. If we allowed the losses to define us, it would paralyze us with indecision the next time we were faced with such a case. Of course, the losses will always break your heart, but they don't have to define you as a person or as a physician. "That's so wise," Louisa said softly. "In my home growing up," Ellie admitted as she picked at a loose thread on her dress, "accomplishments were the only measure of a man, or woman, I suppose. I guess it would be quite freeing to define yourself otherwise." Mama had never done anything but made her feel loved as she was, but Ellie's formative years had been spent without her influence. It was hard, harder than she'd ever realized at the time as she watched the Sutton children play freely and use their imaginations. Compassion clouded Louisa's gaze. "How old were you when your mother passed away?" "I was 12. It was the worst time of my life." With Mama, she'd at least felt like she had someone in the world who loved her. Once she'd passed, the only person left in the world she could turn to was Miss Lutkin, and even then she was only there until she finished school. "I'm so sorry," Louisa breathed. "Did she fall ill?" Swallowing, Ellie shook her head. "No, Grandfather told me she'd gone to one of the mines on business for him, and there'd been a terrible accident. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time." She tried to keep the emotion from her voice, but she knew she didn't manage very well. Louisa simply gazed in sympathy and horror, but Callie narrowed her eyes. "You don't believe him?" Of course, she'd picked up on Ellie's skepticism. Callie saw everything. He never let her anywhere near his business, and he had couriers and others who worked for him to carry messages. "I never believed him, but I didn't have any recourse. After so many years, I have to find peace with never knowing." Callie and Louisa both approached her then, wrapping their arms around her in the same way Mama always had before she died. "You might be the strongest woman I've ever known, Ellie Cartwright," Callie said as she pulled back from their trio. "The fact you've not let it all make you bitter and angry is a miracle. I guess the Lord was working in my heart long before I knew more than a few simple Bible stories," Ellie replied. "As a child, I never really understood who I was praying to, but I always asked him for friends like you too." Louisa wiped her cheek with an embroidered white handkerchief. "Now you have us, and you'll not be getting rid of us." Micah stepped out of the livery where he'd been talking with Hal to find Isaac dismounting his horse. "What are you doing here?" With him in town already due to taking the girls, Jacob at the clinic, and now Isaac, Abe was the only Sutton brother left at the ranch. They had ranch hands to keep things going, and it was a slower time of year, but there were still miles of fence line to put up and unending chores to do. "Everything all right?" Cecily and Liza were experimenting with some baked goods for Christmas and didn't realize how much flour and sugar they'd run through. "I know Louise is planning on tomorrow being a baking day, so I figured I'd come get her stocked up." Isaac shrugged, but Micah could hardly recognize the man who only months ago had only managed to crack a smile for his children. It must be true what they say, the love of a good woman will crack even the toughest cowboys. "I'm glad they're having a good time." There was a time Cecily had needed to take on such a caregiver role for the other children. Due to the brothers' work on the ranch, she'd missed out on the silliness of childhood. Along with the difficulty she'd faced after her mother's untimely death after she'd made it to the Sutton ranch, or with her father leaving them high and dry, she deserved to get into a little mischief. "I know," Isaac said as he gazed off into the clearing in the distance. "I thank the Lord every day Louisa's here to lighten their load, Cecily especially, and I'll buy as much flour as I need to since she loves baking and cooking so much." It was true, Cecily had always enjoyed being in the kitchen, but baking had become her hobby now she had the time to pursue it. Micah's belt may be a little tighter, but he couldn't complain about the result. Louisa's been teaching her some of her mother's recipes they sell at their general store, so she's been practicing. Louisa's family were planning to come to town for Christmas and would arrive in a few days. Louisa was giddy with excitement, as she was as close to her family as the Suttons were to each other. "I'm glad you two have each other, and I'm glad she's in the children's lives." Isaac studied him for a moment, his eyes darting down to the clinic and back again. "You interested in something like that for yourself?" His expression held no judgment, maybe a little understandable caution. "I know Ellie trusts you, but are you visiting her so often because you feel guilty, or is there more to it? Would you accept it if I said I wasn't sure?" He wasn't. Initially, Micah's desire to protect Ellie and visiting her so much had been rooted in the guilt he felt about leaving her in the woods rather than trying harder to convince her to come back with him, but now he didn't know how he felt. "The guilt is how it started," he admitted. Letting the rest hang in the air felt far more vulnerable than he was used to, the quiet cowboy who preferred the company of cattle to people. Somehow, though, Ellie didn't drain his energy the way everyone else did. Her easy smile and gentle laugh, despite all she'd been through, was a little like the first spring sunshine on his face after a cold winter. Isaac didn't speak for a moment, and Micah had to admit his normal respect for his brother's tendency to think before he spoke suddenly sent a swirling in his gut. "I understand how that feels, and I don't reckon any of us are all that familiar with it. I guess the only thing to do is to ask the Lord to guide you and go as slow as you possibly can. It'll be a while before she's ready for anything more than friendship if she ever gets there at all. We don't even know her long-term plans." "She doesn't either," Micah agreed. The thought of her leaving made his insides even more twisted up, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Isaac was right, and he'd cut his arm off before he broke the fragile trust she'd placed in him by doing something foolish. "I'll try and pray about it." He smirked, remembering the time not so long ago when Isaac was convinced the Lord didn't care about the happenings of their day-to-day lives. "You reckon God's listening to this one?" Isaac moved forward and wrapped an arm around his brother's shoulders before turning him in the direction of the clinic. "Micah, let me tell you a story about a man named Moses." Chapter 5. That's right, Louisa exclaimed at church on Sunday after Benjamin had correctly answered her question. Gideon's fleece was still dry despite all the ground around it being wet. This was Gideon's confirmation the Lord had indeed called him to fight the Midianites and deliver the Israelites from their oppression. "They hooped those Midianites," Austin exclaimed with a fist in the air. "Didn't they?" The last two words were added so hesitantly Ellie had to smile, as though the foundation of the boy's faith hinged on Gideon's army defeating the Midianites. She knew the end of the story due to her and Louisa's preparations, a story she'd never heard before but knew she'd visit again. They sure did, Louisa chuckled as Mrs. Bergen began to pass out the crackers she'd brought as the children's snacks. Amelia Bergen was a woman from the church who'd volunteered to help with the Sunday school class they'd begun with the children. Her youngest, Nathan, was 14, but she'd still wanted to come in and help simply because she loved children and enjoyed lending a hand. She'd agreed to bring snacks weekly so the children's bellies would be full for service after Sunday school. They did with only 300 men compared to over 100,000 Midianites. We'll talk more about the battle itself next week, but I want you all to remember God's patience with us when we ask Him for confirmation of what He's calling us to do. Judah Tombolt raised his little hand. What's confirmation? Great question, Judah, Louisa replied. To confirm something means to make double and triple sure you heard correctly. For example, I try to confirm with each of the children at the Sutton Ranch they understand the chore I've asked them to do before they go and do one incorrectly. Does that make sense? Judah's head bobbed while another hand went up. This time, it was Leah Trotman. Isn't there something in this story about men lapping up water like dogs out of a stream? The girl was probably 10 or so, and Ellie recognized a little of the hunger for knowledge she'd always had in her. That'll come next week too, and maybe I'll convince a few of you to try it after church from the stream over there if your parents say it's all right, Louisa said with a wink. Of course, if it's not too chilly. Last night my pa said it was cold enough to freeze the horns off a billy goat, one of the boys Ellie hadn't met yet exclaimed. All the children burst into their own stories regarding the cold and far more information about their home lives than their parents would probably prefer them to share. The parents in question had gathered outside while they finished up, chatting and enjoying the chance to visit uninterrupted. In the short time since Ellie had been living at the Sutton Ranch, she'd realized what a precious thing that was. All right, children, Louisa chuckled as she glanced at her watch. I think it's about time to go to your parents so we can open the doors for folks to come inside. Please tell your parents all about the story of Gideon and the fleece. Be sure to ask them about a time in their lives when they weren't sure which way the Lord was leading them. The children sprinted out the doors, even the Sutton children no doubt looking for their father and uncles. You did a great job today, Louisa, Amelia Bergen said as she took hold of the broom and began to sweep the spots of dirt children had tracked in. I like how you told them to ask their parents about specific times in their lives as well. One of my great hopes for this Sunday school class, and the hope for Pastor Jim as well, is it'll spark conversations at home where parents can take ownership of discipling their own children. We can teach them, but we're here a couple of hours a week at the most. To establish a foundation of faith a child can truly hold on to when things start swaying, they've got to be firm. In fact, Louisa smiled softly as she picked up a few things the children had left behind. My friend Penelope from Boston's father always told her something about the boats in the harbor I don't think I'll ever forget. She chuckled. As a dock worker and sailor, he was forever giving her life lessons related to boats, but this one really stuck with me. What's that? The idea of a parent or grandparent leading their child in things of faith felt so foreign to Ellie. It was so far from what she was used to. Her grandfather worked at the docks all his life, and his father took right up where he'd left off. They weren't a wealthy family, but they were a happy one. They went to church together every Sunday and often asked me to their home for lunch while I was in teacher's school there. One thing her father would always say when any of her siblings shared something they were battling through was all the boats in the harbor look well anchored until the storm rolls in. That's beautiful, Amelia breathed. And so true. Ellie didn't quite understand. Meaning they start rocking and floating out to sea? It made sense, and she knew enough to know it was a metaphor for their own lives. The whole concept felt like an entire subject in school she missed. Exactly, Louisa exclaimed. When the waters are calm, they all look fine, similar to people. When we have everything we need, some of what we want, and our families are all well and happy, it's easy to pretend as though we're depending on God even when we aren't. When the waters rise and the waves start slapping against us, when the rains come down and the thunder rumbles, we see where we're anchored. When we're tested in our low points, we see if we've been growing closer to Christ during the high points. For the first time, the promise of a real relationship with Jesus felt possible. How do you do that? How do you anchor yourself to Christ? Louisa squealed and pulled her into a hug. Oh, my friend. You've asked one of my favorite questions on this earth. If you'll let me, I'd love to take some time over the next few months to join you in reading some of my favorite passages of scripture on the topic. I think I'd like that very much, Ellie said as she swallowed back tears. She'd prayed for years, not really understanding much of what she was doing. She knew enough from Miss Lutkin to know all she had to bring to God was a heart open to learning, but she longed for the peace the woman had spoken of for years. She'd briefly had a Bible given to her by her tutor, but grandfather found it and took it, declaring it drivel and made-up fantasy. If you have time, of course. I know you're busy. If possible, her friend's smile grew even wider as the doors to the church opened once more. It would be my honor. Recently, Pastor Jim said from the pulpit as he rounded out his sermon on trusting the Lord would bring justice to those who wronged them rather than seeking their own vigilante versions. A friend reminded me of my great affection for the book of Micah. We've spent an entire sermon here today discussing the command to turn the other cheek, but I want you to understand something. He winked at Micah and Ellie where they sat with the whole Sutton crew, Sophia sitting in Ellie's lap while William sat at his side. Holding bitterness and anger for those who've wronged you isn't going to do a thing to them, but it will rob you of the joy you're promised in Christ. Christ, the hope we were given nearly 1900 years ago, which the Jews had looked for centuries. In the book of Micah, we see a verse from chapter 6 speak of justice. He hath shewed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. Bitterness, anger, grudges. They were all things he'd struggled with over the years when thinking of his father, and now even more so when he thought of those who'd wronged Ellie. She still curled in on herself when men she didn't know came too close, trembled when they spoke to her, and flinched when even the ones she did trust made sudden movements. She spoke quietly when around them, if at all, and the knowledge of what put that fear there had his blood feeling like lava in his veins. You might be wondering how this doesn't contradict what I've said before, Pastor Jim continued. We know the Lord doesn't contradict himself. Vengeance belongs to him if it needs to be done, but we can leave earthly justice to the proper channels on earth. As Micah foretold in his book, the Savior did come. He came as the Prince of Peace, the one who will one day return again and make right all which has ever been wrong. In the meantime, he is still our hope. As they closed the service and sang a last hymn, Micah noticed Jacob sitting next to Callie in a sight he never would have believed he'd see again. They weren't touching, but they were in proximity to one another outside of work despite the pain she'd caused when she left. Micah had seen a peace in his brother he'd not seen in years, but it didn't seem to be because Callie had come back. No, it was deeper, and Micah couldn't help but wonder if it was exactly what Pastor Jim had been talking about. As they followed the crowd through the doors after church, Micah noticed Ellie growing uncomfortable with the horde of people crowding her. As inconspicuously as he could, Micah took hold of her shoulders and shifted himself to the inside of the folks, where she could walk beside the pews on one side and him on the other. The grateful glance she shot at him made him feel 10 feet tall. Her blonde hair and fair features took his breath away every time he looked into her honeycomb-colored eyes. There was no doubt about it. He wanted to find everyone who'd ever had a part in wronging her and make them feel some of the hurt she'd felt, but would it really give him or her any satisfaction? The two main perpetrators were dead, and what would it really accomplish anyway? After you, ma'am, Micah said as he held the door for her to step through. What did you think of today's sermon? I think it's exactly what I needed to hear today, Ellie admitted. They reached the bottom of the steps and slowly made their way towards the 2 wagons the Sutton family had brought to church out of necessity. I'm learning so many things about the Lord, but the way Pastor Jim talked about allowing hate to blind you from what the Lord wants to do in your life really convicted me. I don't think I'm at a point yet where I can forgive my grandfather. She went silent, and Micah knew she was thinking of the suspicion she'd once shared that it had been her grandfather who'd had a hand in her mother's death. I can see a future where I might get there. That's a first for me. Ellie moved ahead of him, and as he climbed up into the driver's seat of the new rig Isaac had purchased, Micah couldn't help but think about Ellie's strength. She'd been the one wronged, and yet she was the one pointing out her need to forgive. It felt off balance to him, as though she'd have every right to hold anger in her heart for everything she'd been through. Maybe Pastor Jim was right. Maybe anger did blind a body from the work God wanted to do in his life. If they could pursue earthly justice for Ellie as much as possible, could there be a future for the two of them beyond simple friendship? Could she ever learn to trust him as more than one of the few men who'd never hurt her? Could he ever find the courage to lay all his cards on the table once she was ready and see if she'd give him a chance? Chapter 6. Micah studied her as though trying to find some hint of hesitance in her decision. Are you sure about this? It had been a few weeks since Pastor Jim's sermon on justice, but the whole time the idea of how unfair the terms around her trust felt had been her constant companion. Christmas had passed, and she'd witnessed the sweetest engagement between Isaac and Louisa, but the short-lived distraction of Louisa's family's visit and their relationship taking the next step was now behind her. It had already been 5 months since her grandfather's passing, and if she didn't marry and become pregnant within the year, she forfeited her inheritance to Percival. "I know you want your own money," Micah continued. "You deserve it, but you don't need it to survive here. We're happy to help you." He would. The whole Sutton clan had been nothing but kind and generous to her, but the money was rightfully hers. If she wanted to keep it or give it away, the thing to do would be to pursue it. "I know you are. I don't know where any of this will go, but I have to try." The law office they stood outside in Cloverdale had a fading sign on the window telling them it was open. The sign painted Goddard Law had also faded, though not quite as much as the open sign. She was ready, if for nothing else than to simply see what her options were. Micah nodded, placing his hand on the doorknob and opening the heavy wooden door. "Then I'm with you no matter what. Tom Goddard is a good attorney, and his wife works for him at the desk. You'll like her." He followed her through the door where a kind-looking woman with thick glasses smiled up at them. The woman's gray hair became her, as did the lines around her mouth and eyes. "Mrs. Goddard, how are you today?" Rather than being decorated like Ellie might imagine a law office, the place looked more like someone's home. There were throw pillows on the sofa, a fireplace and rug in front of it in the waiting area. The whole room was decorated in warm earth tones, dark reds, rusty oranges, the occasional goldenrod yellow to accent the dark wood doors and desk Mrs. Goddard sat behind. Even her dress blended with the backdrop, a deep red accenting her gray hair and kind-looking face. Mrs. Goddard smiled even wider. "Oh, Micah Sutton, I've told you to call me Truly, and I'm so happy to finally meet this beautiful young woman I've been seeing at church." She stood and hurried around the desk to pull Ellie into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Truly Goddard, dear. Welcome to Cloverdale." Of course, word had spread of what had happened with Brent and her subsequent stay at the clinic, but Mrs. Goddard didn't even mention it. For that alone, Ellie liked her. "It's nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Ellie Cartwright." The woman pulled back and knocked on the door behind her. "How can we help you today, Ellie?" The door opened, and the man who must be Tom Goddard opened the door. He wore a suit, though his tie was loose, and he looked as friendly as his wife. His hair was slightly amiss, as though he'd run his hands through it, and the slight paunch of his belly told her Mrs. Goddard must be a good cook. Micah. Ellie, is it? It's so nice to finally meet you. I know my Truly's been making you both feel welcome." "She has," Ellie answered before Micah had a chance. He was so kind to come with her, but she had to stand on her own 2 feet if she had any hope of making a life for herself. "I'm here to speak to you about the terms of a trust I'm to inherit. I'm not sure they're all legal, but I'd like to know for sure." The man's face changed into compassionate understanding. "Oh, I'd hoped those parts of the rumors weren't true, though I'm sure they were embellished. Do you have the papers with you?" Ellie held up the envelope her grandfather had tossed on the floor in the study all those months ago. "I do." "Excellent. Then you two come on inside, and we'll take a look. Truly, would you mind getting our clients some tea, please?" "It'd be my pleasure." Tom led the two of them through the simple pine doorway into an equally simple office. It was clean and welcoming, but there was nothing pretentious about the decor or the way Tom Goddard handled himself. All of Grandfather's lawyers had all seemed a little too big for their britches, and Ellie had wondered on more than once occasion if the profession made them that way. Apparently not, if Tom Goddard was any indication. "Have a seat, please." Tom gestured to 2 wingback chairs in front of his desk, their leather upholstery dark brown in contrast with the lighter pine woods. There was a dark burgundy rug on the floor and a few paintings hung, one of which was a painting of Mr. and Mrs. Goddard, as well as two children which appeared to have been done decades ago. The children were small, so they'd have to be adults by now. May I take a look? Ellie handed him the papers and took a deep breath. From what my grandfather said, and what I've been able to surmise from these, I have to marry and be on my way to having a child within 1 year after his death in order to inherit any of the money. This is why Brent took me in the first place. He assumed marrying me and forcing me to adopt the children he already had would speed along the process. I don't know if grandfather's lawyers would have been satisfied, but that was his plan. Mr. Goddard studied the documents, his glasses down his nose for clarity. You were kidnapped, correct? How did you happen to have these papers with you when you were taken? That, sir, has to be a miracle from the Lord. It was the only explanation. I'd been invited to tea, or so I thought, by a young woman from town. My grandfather's business partner watched my comings and goings quite carefully, so I thought I might slip into a law office after tea and see if they could find any loopholes for me. Unfortunately, I never made it to tea or to the law office, but the letter inviting me turned out to be a ruse from Brent anyway. Whether she'd have been able to find a single lawyer in Cartwright, California, who wouldn't have simply gone along with grandfather and Pervicle's wishes, she didn't know. When the town was named after a man, folks tended to do his bidding regardless of anyone else who might share the name, particularly if that person was a woman. Mr. Goddard shook his head as Micah reached over and took her hand. The lawyer clearly noticed, but he didn't comment on the movement. I'm sorry for all you've been through, Ellie. At first glance, and knowing what I do about the precedent here in Texas, I predict the requirement to marry is probably enforceable. It wouldn't be the first case I've seen in which parents, particularly those possessing as much money as your family had, would require a husband to be in the picture for a daughter to inherit. Now, typically there is no timeline, but how is your relationship with your grandfather? He was clearly careful with his words, but he needn't be. My grandfather was a snake. He was mean and hateful, and I believe he did this out of pure spite. Mr. Goddard's eyes flicked to Micah's before going back to her. Then, if you'll permit me, I'll speak freely. When Ellie gestured for him to go ahead, the lawyer placed the papers on the desk. These terms, past the marriage requirement, are absolutely ridiculous. I do not believe a judge will require you to be expecting a child, and the timeline is simply cruel. That said, it appears the money goes to his business partner in the event you forfeit the trust, which makes sense. Would I be correct in assuming this Percival James isn't a man who can be reasoned with? Not a bit, Ellie responded as Mrs. Goddard knocked on the door once more. I have tea, she said as she quickly placed the tray on the desk and left to their thanks. The tray also held some delicious-looking sugar cookies, but Ellie's stomach was so wrapped up in knots she knew she wouldn't eat a bit. Micah's hand tightened around hers. So, what would we have to do in order to fight the will? Mr. Goddard studied them a moment more before responding. Well, first I'd like to have the circuit judge in the area take a look at these papers. It'll take me a week or two, as his schedule always changes a little, but I think I can catch up with him this week. I'd like to find out if my suspicions regarding the child requirement being unenforceable are correct. If he agrees, you'll have to go back to California and argue your case against a judge in that jurisdiction. I can have the circuit judge here send a letter along with you which will hopefully help sway their decision, but it would help matters if you were married. Ellie gasped. Married? There were only a couple of men on the whole earth who didn't make her break out in an anxious rash being around them. Her face grew hot, and her breaths came in short pants at the very idea. Returning to California? It was too awful to even imagine, like a lamb being led to the slaughter. Her vision had started to cloud around the edges and noise felt like it was coming through water when suddenly Micah knelt before her and cupped her cheeks with his hands. You don't have to marry, Ellie. I know you want this money, but you do have the choice. I promise, we won't let you be out on your own whether you let the timer run out or not. You're safe here. Her breath slowed a little, as did her racing heart. I don't have to marry, she repeated. I can stay here as long as I need to. Reassuring herself she was safe proved to calm her system even more. I'm sorry, Mr. Goddard. I haven't had the best experience with most of the men in my life. Marrying isn't in my plans. Micah nodded, his lips pressing into a line as he moved back to his chair, but he didn't speak. Mr. Goddard softened his gaze even further, clearly realizing this wouldn't be a simple fix. Micah's right. You don't have to marry anyone, and you certainly don't have to decide anything today. If there's someone you trust, you do have the option. They discussed a few more particulars of the document while Ellie's heart rate continued to slow to a pace less reminiscent of a hummingbird. It didn't hurt Micah had returned his hand to hers, his thumb gently stroking back and forth on the back of her hand. By the time the meeting concluded, Ellie didn't feel any more confident in her options, but at least she knew what they were. The two of them waved goodbye to the Goddards and moved out into the bright blue January day. The weather was chilly, but not so cold she could see her breath. Micah still held her hand, and she made no move to pull away. "How are you feeling about everything?" Mr. Goddard said. The lawyer had committed to running the paperwork by the judge within the next week, but he felt confident the stipulation regarding a child was unenforceable. There was still the weight of marriage hanging over her head. Micah waited patiently for her to respond, his navy eyes kind and curious. "I suppose we have to wait until Mr. Goddard hears from the judge, but I don't really have much choice in the matter. I don't have a beau back in California, and I can barely speak to any of the men here. Even if he does say I need to marry, I suppose I'll have to forfeit the money." The words tasted sour in her mouth, not because the money itself was important to her, but because of all it represented. Grandfather would win once again, as he always had. Micah's eyes narrowed, darting to their joined hands before coming back up to meet her gaze. "You do have a choice here, Elle. I'd marry you, and I'd be honored to do so. The money's yours, and it'll stay that way. We wouldn't be the first folks to marry out of convenience rather than a relationship." She didn't speak, couldn't with the way her mouth had fallen open, and he hurried to continue. "I won't put one lick of pressure on you about this, but I can promise you good treatment and protection if you take my name. I'll provide for us, and your money can sit in the bank for the rest of our lives if you want, but you can be sure no other scoundrel will get his hands on you even if we do have to go back to California." His eyes held promise, but how could she possibly trust his words? Sure, he'd been nothing but kind since she'd arrived, but other men in her life had acted the same way. Even her father, the man her mother fancied herself in love with, had doted on her until she became pregnant. "Don't ever trust a man, my love," Mama had said with every bit of conviction she had. "They'll show their true colors eventually, and it's best you're out of the firing line when they do." The words spilled out before Micah even realized what he was saying, but he meant every word. "Like I said, I won't put pressure on you, but you do have an option." Ellie didn't speak for a moment, shutting her eyes tightly as though wading through the waters of her past and the mountain she'd have to climb to reach her future. Tears dampened her eyes when they opened, breaking Micah's heart as one rolled over her cheek. "Micah," she whispered. "I can't." "That's okay," he hurried on. "It's completely up to you, but know this. I believe you deserve to have that money to do with what you want after all you've been through." He didn't add he'd love the chance to plant his fist in the nose of all the men she'd ever come in contact with, but he felt it nonetheless. "You've been trapped your whole life, and I'd never ask you to walk back into another prison cell, even if I'd pray every day you wouldn't feel that way about a life with me." Prayer. Yet another word which spilled out without his consent, but he meant it too. It had been a long time since he'd prayed with any conviction. Pastor Jim's words over the past few weeks and the way his brothers had been growing in their faith had touched him somehow. His relationship with the Lord had begun in rocky soil. He liked to picture it as a bird dropping it on the ground, but still it grew. Despite everything, it had started to grow and flourish like Pastor Jim said it could. Would there come a time when he'd look up and realize he'd been transplanted by the water? Jim assured him he would if he'd stay in the Word and ask God for guidance. "Micah," she said through tears, "you're not a prison cell. I don't know if I can do it, and you shouldn't have to. Everything that happened, it's not your fault. I know you blame yourself, but that's not what this is about." It wasn't. What had begun as Micah's guilt over allowing Brent to recapture Ellie in the first place quickly turned into feelings he didn't recognize and honestly didn't know what to do with. One thing he knew beyond doubt, he'd do anything for Ellie Cartwright. "You deserve all the joy God can give in life, and if getting your inheritance means you can have it, I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen." There wasn't an ounce of fear in him as he spoke, though some part of his brain acknowledged there should be. It was as though his path in front of him had never been clearer than it was in the moment, and it was as though he'd never been so sure of anything. He could fall in love with Ellie Cartwright. He was already halfway there, but it was her decision. Again, she didn't speak, studying him for what felt like hours, but could have only been a moment. "All right," she said with a trembling voice. Mr. Goddard was certain the marriage stipulation would be upheld, so let's move forward. Her hand trembled in his, and he knew the courage it took her to make such a decision. Let's get married. Chapter 7. Ellie felt the bite of her nails pressing into the palms of her hands as she struggled to get control of her nerves. Lawrence Junction wasn't far from Cloverdale, and it was where the circuit judge stayed most of the time as the town was the largest in the area. Her stomach rumbled, the bouncing of the rig nothing compared to the swirling inside her. Her heart pounded in her chest, and catching a deep breath felt nearly impossible. She'd noticed Micah looking her way more than once, the unspoken question of whether she was really sure about all of it on the air. She'd done her best to smile and reassure him, but she knew it likely looked like more of a grimace than a real smile. Mr. Goddard, who'd accompanied her and Micah from Cloverdale, stood at the bottom of the steps to the courthouse and reminded her of how she'd always imagined a concerned but loving father would look. "Are you too sure about this, Ellie?" "Micah?" Removing his Stetson, Micah nodded. "I'm sure, sir. Thank you for coming with us and for verifying with the judge regarding the stipulations of the trust. I know it's not a perfect solution, but at least it feels like a solution." He turned to Ellie, his navy eyes darkened in a concern altogether different, but no less meaningful than Mr. Goddard's. Finally, he spoke the words hovering behind his eyes the whole time. "Are you sure?" "I stand by everything I said. We'll help you until you get on your feet regardless of what happens here today, and you've got a place with us as long as you want one." He meant it. She knew he did. With Isaac and Louisa engaged and Jacob and Callie newly engaged themselves, there would be room once more in the cottage for her to live. In fact, she and Micah had decided she'd stay there for the time being even after they said their vows. It was too much for her to move in with a man when she still woke most nights in a cold sweat from nightmares. Louisa was always kind, acting like Ellie's thrashing hadn't woken her, but Ellie knew better. "I'm sure. I trust you, and this is the way I can finally beat my grandfather at his own game." It was true, and she meant every word. If her grandfather was still alive, she wouldn't have wished any ill will to him, but the cruelty he'd shown her and her mother over the years was too much to ignore. The money was hers, and she'd donate it or put it in a box under her bed or build something beautiful with it, whatever she chose. "Decisions have been made for me my entire life. The money means I can make some of my own." Micah smiled softly, reaching up and smoothing a lock of her blonde curls behind her ear. "You're the strongest woman I've ever met." Guilt pricked at her regarding his role in all this. Could she really ask Micah to marry a woman who'd likely never be able to share a room with him? Much less a bed? After years of her mother's instruction to never trust a man and the rough way Brent had treated her during her capture, the idea of sleeping in the same space as a man sent chills down her spine. Fighting to keep memories from their time on the road with Brent at bay, Ellie shuddered, but allowed Micah's strong presence to pull her back to the present. "You're sure about this too?" "I know you said you were, but dash. I don't say anything I don't mean, darlin', and I never go back on my word." Micah leaned forward and placed a ghost of a kiss on her forehead. Somehow, while any time Brent touched her felt like hot irons and rose briars on her skin, Micah's felt like the rose petals, velvet and soft with the comfort of a spring rain. His skin was calloused from hard work, but his touch was gentle and kind. "Mr. Goddard, can we have a minute?" "Of course, I'll go check in with the clerk and file your paperwork." There was very little Ellie had on her save for the trust documents, but Micah at least had a little more identification. "Come on in when you're ready." As the man climbed the steps, Ellie watched him retreat for a moment inside the small wooden building acting as the courthouse when she turned to find Micah watching her. This isn't about guilt? For reasons she couldn't pinpoint, the idea he'd only marry her out of guilt felt wrong. It was ridiculous, as convenience wasn't any better reason, but it landed differently in her heart. You're not going to regret this, especially when I can't give you what a man wants of his wife? Her face flamed, but Micah was too much of a gentleman to embarrass her further. I'll only take what you can give, and not a thing more. Micah paused, glancing down at the ground before speaking again. When you and Brent were on the road, would I be correct to assume he touched you without your consent? His own face reddened, but Ellie knew it was in anger directed at a dead man. Micah's jaw clenched, but he waited patiently for the answer. He didn't actually force himself on me completely, she said honestly. The men who helped capture me wanted to, but he said if I was pregnant before the marriage license was signed it might nullify something in the trust. He didn't know anything about the actual documents, and I'm not sure what his plan was since he didn't know I had them on me. The money was all he really cared about. Once I started to lose weight on the road and allowed myself to become as unkempt as possible to keep him away, I think he grew disgusted by me. It had been intentional, even down to her desperately smearing the horse's manure onto her clothing before they got on the train in a desperate attempt to deter any ideas he might have gotten later. Her hair would have already been a mess, but she helped it along by refusing to wash it in the creek they'd camped by after they hopped out of the cargo car on the train they'd stolen passage on. She'd smeared coal dust on her skin and clothing as well. Micah's teeth clenched so tight she was afraid he might break a tooth before he took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Taking both her hands in his, she could almost see the rage in his eyes cooling. How any man could ever be disgusted by you is beyond me, but I'll thank God every day he didn't force himself on you. You flinch at my touch, and I saw some of your injuries myself, so I know he hurt you, but… Me too, she whispered through a lump in her throat. It's a small grace in an awful situation. Micah pressed his forehead to hers, and they stood that way for a minute before he squeezed her hands. Are you ready to become Mrs. Ellie Sutton? Drawing from his strength, letting the security of the safety she always felt with him wash over her, Ellie nodded. Let's go. Ellie paused at the bottom of the ranch house's steps, her eyes going wide with panic. Are you sure we need to tell them right now? Jacob and Callie just got engaged, and they'd rushed back from Lawrence Junction to make the engagement party Isaac and Louisa had been planning at the house. They'd have waited a few more days, but Mr. Goddard said Judge Coyne was going to Austin for some meetings at the State House and would be gone for nearly a month. They'd had no choice but to say their vows that day or risk running the clock out even further. I don't want them to think we're stealing their thunder. Honestly, as long as Jacob and Callie had pined for each other, Micah was a little surprised they hadn't run off to get married themselves. He didn't like that Ellie clearly still felt so out of sorts with his family, but at least these nerves were ones he could more easily calm than the ones outside the courthouse. He'd been half convinced she'd back out before they arrived, and he couldn't blame her if she had. Micah chuckled, taking her hand in his to calm her fears. He'd have pulled her into his arms, but wisdom told him he needed to be patient with any shows of physical affection. She hadn't winced or showed any signs of nerves at hand-holding or even the whisper of a kiss he'd placed on her head at the courthouse or the tiny peck he'd given her when the judge announced them man and wife, but he wouldn't push his luck. He'd rather pluck out his own eye than give her a single reason not to trust him. Jacob and Callie got engaged barely a month after Isaac and Louisa. I don't think anyone's going to feel like we've stolen anyone's thunder. Besides, his brothers weren't like that anyway, nor were the women they'd fallen for, but Micah got the idea Ellie hadn't had many female friends over the years. It made sense she'd be protective of the ones she'd acquired. It's going to be fine. Ellie took in a shuddering breath, but she nodded quickly as though steeling herself to get whatever would happen over with. All right, let's go tell them. She started up the steps a little too quickly and got briefly tripped up on her dress. Thankfully, Micah still had a hold on her and was able to catch her before she went tumbling. As he steadied her, their eyes met, and Micah saw Ellie's breath catch in a way to make him wonder if they could one day be more than a marriage of convenience. He wanted to. He knew good and well he'd be a goner for this woman with a heart of gold and a spine of steel before long, but she had to be the one with the reins. Thank you, she said softly. Guess I got a little overzealous. I'll catch you anytime, darlin', Micah said with what he hoped was calm amusement. Her proximity, the feel of her in his arms even as he quickly removed his hands, showed him how much his wife affected him. Now wasn't the time for his thoughts to go there, especially when Ellie was so nervous for their announcement. Taking her hand once more, Micah started their forward motion again. Leading the way through the front door of the wooden, clapboard ranch house, Micah quickly located the crew of folks ready to celebrate Jacob and Callie. All 8 of the children, from Cecily right down to Reuben, had taken their places in the kitchen as though they'd gathered to pray before the meal. Folks still stood, and Isaac, Louisa, Jacob, Callie, and Pastor Jim all stood among the children. Abe stood off to the side speaking when Micah and Ellie entered the room. "Yeah," he said from the doorway. "Tell us which Sutton brother is going to be the first to the altar." Well, now was probably as good a time as any to say it. Standing there next to his older brother, Micah clasped Ellie's hand even more tightly. The way she shook, it wouldn't surprise him if she ran right out the door. "I hate to tell you both," Micah said. "That'll be me. Ellie and I got married this morning in Lawrence Junction by the judge there." A body could have heard a pin drop in the breaths which followed his words. Callie and Louisa both looked like they'd seen a ghost, while Jacob simply studied the two of them. Pastor Jim studied their clasped hands with measured suspicion, but it was Isaac who broke the silence. "You two got married? Is this a joke, Micah?" He stepped forward, also eyeing their hands before looking straight to Ellie. "This is something you wanted, Ellie?" Anger and hurt bubbled in Micah's veins at the idea his brother would even suggest he might have forced her, but Ellie spoke before he could. She straightened her shoulders, and he could feel the fire running through her own blood at the insinuation. "Of course, this is what I wanted. Micah would never force me." Micah swallowed down the hurt at his brother's question and tried to focus on the fact the woman beside him had defended him, but it was Jacob who broke the silence next. "Then I suppose congratulations are in order." He pulled his own hand from Callie's, and the couple moved toward Micah and Ellie. As Callie pulled Ellie into a hug and exchanged a few whispered words with her, Jacob put out his hand. "You beat us all, little brother." It wasn't intentional, Micah admitted. He hadn't come clean to his brothers yet regarding Ellie's trust or the stipulations, but he would in due time. For the moment, he'd bask in the feeling of Ellie beside him and the feeling of knowing someone like her was his to protect. He'd love her too, if she'd let him. The woman's kindness, beauty, and easy way with women and children had told him everything he needed to know about her. Add in the spunk he'd seen from her when she was backed into a corner, and he was half gone over her already. The rest of the party continued, and Micah noticed Ellie routinely trying to move focus back to Jacob and Callie so as not to spoil their day. Neither seemed to care, so focused on each other they wouldn't have minded if a stick of dynamite blew up in the pasture. Later, as the party had begun to disperse, it wasn't Isaac who came and found him, but Pastor Jim. A strong hand landed on his shoulder and squeezed a little tighter than normal. "Come with me, son." Rather than respond, Micah simply followed the man who'd come to feel protective of Ellie in the time she'd stayed in the clinic. He was the closest thing she'd ever had to a loving father, so Micah didn't take offense when Jim led him out the back door and over by the barn to talk. He was a large man, with a few inches and 20 pounds or so on Micah's 6'3" frame, though he didn't intimidate like he probably should. Jim Thorne was far too kind for that. "Tell me how this happened, son. I know you, and I know you wouldn't take advantage of her. How'd you end up married? You know the trust she's got in California?" Tom Goddard doesn't believe they can enforce the stipulation regarding children, but he and Judge Coyne agree the marriage one will stand. "I believe she deserves everything good in the world, and she deserves to take every dime her snake of a grandfather left her. I don't plan to take a dime from her, and if she chooses to walk away after she gets her money, I won't stop her." The thought settled in his gut like curdled milk on a hot day, but he'd meant it when he said he'd never trap her. Or, if she gets the money and chooses to give it all away, that's her choice. "I'll support her." Jim crossed his arms over his chest. "So why not let her stay on the ranch and not worry about the trust? Or wait until she's been here longer to see if she falls in love with you? Is there some sort of timeline on the money? 1 year from her grandfather's death, and we're coming up on 6 months now." We'll have to go to California to stand before a judge there before the funds can be released, and that judge will have to agree with Judge Coyne regarding children. I did make sure she knew she was welcome on the ranch regardless. She wants to have some control over something in her life, and I believe she deserves to have it." The man let out a long sigh, studying the lush green pastures despite the winter season. His breath frosted the air, but if he was cold, he didn't let on. "I reckon you two made the best choice you could under the circumstances. You take care of her, all right? Don't push her into anything she's not ready for." He stared Micah down, his gaze tough and assessing, but kind. "You know me, Pastor Jim. You know the kind of man I am." He'd had a flash of hurt at his brother's suspicion, but Pastor Jim's didn't feel the same. Rather than accusatory, it felt protective of both of them. "I'd never hurt her." Pastor Jim clapped a hand on Micah's shoulder and squeezed lightly. "I know you won't, son. You're a good man, as good as any I know, and I have the privilege of knowing many. Make me one promise." "Yes, sir. When things start to get rocky, come see me. You can't expect smooth sailing in a marriage pushed out to sea during a storm. It can make your future years stronger, your ability to weather future storms more manageable, but it won't be calm waters at first. Don't try to handle it alone." He was right. Even though it was only a marriage of convenience, Micah couldn't help but hope it would one day turn to more. If they had any hope of that, they'd need help. He'd need the help of the Almighty, the one who apparently did care about the lives they led there on Earth. They'd need the community of those around them, especially Ellie, who'd finally gotten the friends she'd longed for. "You've got a deal." Chapter 8. "Okay," Louisa said as she rolled out the dough for the cinnamon rolls she and Ellie were making while Callie dried the freshly washed dishes after lunch. It was Callie's engagement party, but Callie insisted she never did well with idle hands. They sent the cowboys and the children outside, but Ellie knew good and well they did so simply to talk to her. "Tell us what's going on, Elle. Did you two really get married today?" Louisa studied Ellie, her eyes appraising in the light from the kitchen window. Louisa didn't sound judgmental about it, though Ellie wouldn't have blamed her if she did. She was simply curious, probably confused, and a little concerned for Ellie's well-being. Honestly, it was nice. She hadn't ever had a sister, and the only woman who'd looked out for her after her mother died was Miss Lutkin. Friends, ones who noticed and cared about her, had been her prayer for longer than she could remember. "We did. It wasn't planned exactly, but it was necessary." How much could she tell them? Where should she start? Well, the beginning felt like as good a place as any, and they'd need all the support they could get to move forward with their plans. "It all started with my trust." Ellie went into the whole story of her taking the terms of her trust to Mr. Goddard, his meeting with Judge Coyne, and where they'd have to go from there. "We'll have to plan a trip to California this spring, though Micah is hoping early March so there's less chance of winter weather issues on the way back. Of course, we could get there, and the judge would hold up grandfather's stipulations, especially if he allows his business partner to pay him off, but it's the only chance we have. In Cartwright, California, their chances weren't great, but they were better than if they stood by and did nothing." Callie dried a spoon, placing it in the pile next to the rest of the silverware. "What will you do then? Is this marriage temporary, with the intention of being annulled?" The thought didn't sit right with Ellie. She'd not grown up with any example of happy marriages to look up to, but the idea of leaving Micah behind anywhere had her stomach turning uncomfortably. "I guess it's up to him. I won't trap him into a lifelong marriage in name only, but I don't have any plans to leave." Callie studied her thoughtfully for a moment. "Do you think there's a chance the marriage will be more than in name only one day? The two of you have an undeniable connection, and I don't believe it's because he's the one who found you in the woods that day." Callie noticed everything, and she'd spent more time with the two of them than most when he was visiting her at the clinic, but was she off the mark? It was a good question, one Ellie had barely allowed herself to ponder. The idea she could allow herself to trust a man, even Micah, felt like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Still, every interaction with him left her wanting more, and every touch left her wishing for another kiss. The peck he'd barely brushed against her lips in the courthouse had lasted less than a second, but she knew she'd carry it with her all her days. I honestly don't know." It felt shameful to admit. I know you two probably think that quite sinful, blasphemy against the covenant of marriage, but dash. We think no such thing, Louisa scolded. Many couples get married for convenience, and the details of their marriages are none of our business. What matters is you're our friend Ellie. He's our brother-in-law, Callie added. Which makes you our sister-in-law, she shrugged. Soon enough, anyway. From Ellie's understanding, Louisa and Isaac planned to marry in the spring to give her family time to arrange passage to come back to Texas from Massachusetts, while Callie and Jacob had no reason to wait. It wouldn't surprise Ellie a bit if they married within the month. They'd waited long enough. We care about you both. You did what you could with the hand you were dealt, Louisa said softly as she wiped her hands and pulled Ellie into a hug she hadn't realized she needed. Maybe it was Louisa being the oldest of so many younger siblings, or maybe it was her role at the ranch, but she seemed so much older than her 20 years. Ellie was a couple of years younger than her friend, but in some ways she felt both younger and older. No matter what happens, we are here for you. You're not alone here, and you never will be. Callie moved slowly toward them, wrapping her arms around both of them. As Ellie felt a tear track down her cheek, the doctor spoke. The Lord has all this well in hand, Ellie. I know you're still learning about the things of God, but I can promise you he will be with you wherever you go. She held the same confidence and conviction in her voice Ellie heard when dealing with patients, the one which made a person trust her. Just like Gideon, Louisa said as she pulled back. Gideon had the odds stacked against him when he went to battle, but you and the children will all find out on Sunday how powerful God is. She grinned, a twinkle in her eye. Which is good, because I have absolutely no idea how we're going to get all those children to stand still long enough to perform at the Founders' Day Festival, and I'll never hear the end of it from Lorna Parsons if it's a flop. Micah stood in the pasture a few hours later, trying to give Ellie as much time with the women as she needed before talking with her again. She'd had quite the day, and he knew how badly she'd craved the fellowship of other women who cared about her. She'd need their support as he'd need it from his brothers. As though his thoughts had summoned them, the sound of 3 pairs of boots in the grass drifted his way on the wind. It was chilly, with it still being winter, but not as chilly as he might have thought. The boots, combined with the wind flowing through the grass, were the only sounds until Isaac spoke. I owe you an apology. Micah turned, facing his brothers rather than the spot on the ranch he'd loved all his life. There were a few shade trees, and it was close enough to the stream to easily go for water. You don't owe me anything. It was a surprise, and you were concerned about Ellie. She needs people looking out for her. Isaac closed the distance between them. Jacob and Abe followed behind. That's exactly why I do owe you one. You've looked out for her from the beginning. I shouldn't have ever implied you'd do anything but put her best interests first, especially without having all the information. Isaac's right, Abe agreed. We all owe you the respect of hearing you out, and I think Ellie's busy telling Callie and Louisa now. Jim's watching the kids, so if you're agreeable, I think we'd all like to hear how this came about. A few hours later, after Micah and his brothers had discussed everything leading up to his and Ellie's marriage and they'd finished their evening chores, Micah moved back to the front porch of the ranch house with a stiff neck and a tired body. Still, no matter how exhausted he was from the day itself, it was as though his mind wouldn't turn off. As he climbed the steps Ellie had tripped on earlier, questions bombarded him. What would become of their marriage? Could it ever grow into one of love? Would Ellie leave as soon as she got her money, or would she want to stay? He didn't care about her money. Did she understand that? Penny for your thoughts? The voice surprised him from the porch swing, as he hadn't seen Ellie there when he first walked up in the low light. Micah crossed the porch and sat next to her, taking her hand in his since the motion hadn't seemed to bother her before. I'm thinking about how much everything changed today, how it's all different now. Is it a good different or a bad different? Turning to face her despite not being able to see her as clearly as he'd like, Micah brought his free hand up to run his fingers gently down her cheek. By the way she bit her lip and the way her hands tightened in his, he could tell she was still worried about where he fell in all this. It's a good different, Ellie. I'm in on this. I'm all in. I know we went about this backwards because we needed to, but I don't regret it at all. It's our story, and I'll thank God for it for all my days. His brothers had come to understand their reasoning, even agreed he'd made the right decision. Isaac was still a little hesitant to validate it as much as Micah would have liked, but he'd apologized for jumping to a conclusion not in line whatsoever with Micah's character. Ellie's eyes met his, and while he couldn't see well enough to see the honeycomb color, he pictured them in his mind's eye nonetheless. "Where do we go from here?" Her voice sounded thick, and he knew she held back tears as bravely as she could. Reaching up once more, Micah ran his thumb over her cheek and felt the telltale wetness of tears he wished she'd never had to cry. He knew what she was asking. Where would she stay tonight? What would he expect of her? They discussed it a little on the way to the ranch after getting married, but they'd not had time to get into specifics. "First, I'll walk you to the door of yours and Louise's cottage. It's been a long day, and you need your rest. Then I'll go stay in my room inside. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to talk to Isaac about building us a house over in the meadow," he said as he pointed to the spot he'd been standing in earlier. The thought of sitting next to Ellie on their own front porch as the sun set behind the tree line felt like the most peaceful thing he could ever imagine. "If you wait to build until my trust gets released," she paused. "If my trust gets released, I can pay for it." Her voice held hesitance, as though she wasn't sure what she wanted him to say. Micah shook his head, as sure as he'd been about anything in his life. "No, ma'am. I told you the money is yours to do with as you choose. I'll build us a cabin, and as long as you're not looking for anything fancy, I think I can keep us pretty comfortable." He made a good living, as Isaac paid more than fairly on the ranch. Plus, as one of the Sutton brothers, they all held part ownership and could draw on the funds whenever they needed. Even Zeke, who hadn't lived in Cloverdale since he turned 18 3 years before, had a stake. "I meant what I said, Ellie. This isn't about the money for me." Ellie nodded slowly, taking a shuddering breath as she did so. "I can't believe you're real." The words were low, whispered as though she hadn't meant to say them out loud. "We're real, darlin', and I plan to prove to you there are men in this world worth trusting." With that, he leaned forward and placed a light kiss on her head, relishing the feel of her skin on his lips. He stood to his feet, offering her his arm. "May I walk you to your door, Mrs. Sutton?" It was unconventional, but nothing about their courtship had been conventional so far. "Yes, please." Chapter 9. Austin, Louisa scolded as he pulled Lainey Turnmeyer's pigtail braid that Sunday. "Stop right this instant." She sighed heavily, clapping her hands. "One more time through, children, and then we can be done." They were practicing for the Founders' Day Festival program, and the children were distracted at best. In this one rehearsal alone, Tommy Thornton had decided to do a running spin kick and accidentally ended up in the church's rose bush. Little Lainey had almost hit Austin in the nose after the way he kept pulling her braid. She was a year younger than him, but full of spunk, and Ellie couldn't blame her for growing weary of his shenanigans. "I don't wanna," Benjamin whined as he plopped down to a seated position. "I want to hear more about Gideon and his army. Why can't we do that instead of sing?" All the boys and some of the girls echoed the sentiment, and Ellie couldn't disagree with them. "Children," she said softly as she moved in front of them. They quieted down. A trick she'd learned from Louisa when she needed them all to pay attention was to speak softly. Their curiosity would get the better of them sometimes, and they'd listen. "Mrs. Florence has asked us to perform at the festival." Now, we all love Mrs. Florence, don't we? The children nodded, and of course, they did. Florence and Hal Day were one of the sweetest couples she'd ever met. Hal ran the livery, and Florence was involved in all manner of things in town. Mostly, she was exceedingly kind and welcoming to anyone new to town, and Mr. Hal always had penny candies ready and waiting for any children who wanted them. "Good," Ellie continued. "Sometimes, we do something we don't necessarily want to do for the sake of someone we love, but the faster we run through our song, the faster you can all go play until church starts." Cecily stood in the back where she'd been doing her best to keep the children around her quiet, but there was only so much she could do. "Besides, I heard they'll have lots of cakes and pies at the festival, but if you guys don't shape up you might not get any." A mischievous glint in her eye had Ellie turning to hide her grin, but Louisa didn't even try. "That's a girl with 7 younger siblings right there," Louisa said as the children straightened right up and prepared to perform. Children do tend to be highly food motivated. Even as Cecily and Louisa spoke, Ellie could see the children's eyes lighting up as they whispered about what goodies their families had planned to bring. I am too, I suppose, Ellie agreed. They began to sing, and 6-year-old Abby Turner sang so loudly and off-key Ellie fought the urge to cover her ears. Still, the little curly-headed blonde with the big ribbon in her hair was so cute it was more charming than anything. The boys began to fidget, of course, and some of the older ones barely did any motions Louisa had taught. All in all, Ellie was pleased with their cooperation. Wonderful, Louisa said with a clap as they finished. That's all I need from you today. We'll adjourn for now and come back next week for even more lessons from the life of Gideon. Next time, we'll learn how he got a little too big for his britches and forgot all God had done for him, and how we can avoid the same in our own lives. As the children ran off to play for the 20 or so minutes until church started, Louisa, Amelia Bergen, and Ellie gathered together. Amelia's son, Nathan, had been in an awful accident roughly a month before at their family sawmill, but Callie had managed to save his life by amputating his leg. He'd gone home, and Amelia and her husband traded off coming to church so someone could stay with Nathan. Amelia looked tired, and Ellie took her hand. How is Nathan doing? He's getting a little better every day, but Dr. Thorne says it'll be a good while before he feels like himself again. He goes in and out of melancholy at the idea of how much his life will change, but he's mostly kept a good outlook. If it's too much to help with Sunday school, Louisa said quickly. You know you're welcome to step back. We can handle it. Amelia shook her head. I'd like to help when I can be here. The children bring me a lot of joy, and even though I'm only able to be here every other week, it's something I look forward to. Ellie would never forget sitting in the waiting room of the clinic while Callie and Jacob performed surgery on Nathan, every second touch and go as she'd had to cauterize the vessels in his leg to stop the bleeding. Still, Amelia had fallen to her knees and petitioned the Lord every moment to save her son. It had been an example of a faith Ellie had never witnessed before, and it had encouraged her burgeoning one greatly. We're glad you're here, especially when Micah and I have to go to California. They didn't know exactly when the trip would happen, as Mr. Goddard was still doing research into procedures there and working up a document for the judge, but it would more than likely be sooner rather than later. Ellie wasn't sure how she felt about their impending trip, as the whole thing felt like a brick in her stomach whenever she thought of it. Being on the ranch, helping Louisa with the children, even though it wasn't what she wanted to pour her energy into long term, it had been healing. What exactly she did want to pour her energy into long term, she didn't know. The thought of the art she'd left behind in California, as well as any and all skills she'd learned from Miss Lutkin, threatened to break her heart a little further. Could she ask Micah for some art supplies here? Would he think her silly or foolish? I'm praying this ugly business is all put to rest for you soon, Amelia said with a soft smile. You know, I don't know if I've ever told you Bertram and I were a marriage of convenience. I grew up here and he'd already started the sawmill. The aunt I'd lived with most of my life passed away, and I was about to sign with an agency in New Orleans to become a mail-order bride when he stopped me and told me he'd marry me. Her eyes softened, clearly miles and years away. It was hard at first, but it's been one of the best decisions of my life. Ellie fought back the tears threatening at her words. Thank you for sharing that with me, Amelia. It means more than you know. She'd not even been married a week, but doubts and questions of whether or not she should regret her choice continued to crash into her like arrows to armor. She was doing all she could to keep them from penetrating her head and heart, but some days it felt like a fool's errand. How long before it felt? I don't know. Normal, I suppose. Amelia didn't speak for a moment, clearly thinking over her answer. I can't remember the exact timeline, but I do know within a year I found out I was expecting our oldest, Paul, and I don't think I'd ever felt so much peace and contentment as I had in that moment. Bertram and we didn't experience the type of love which slammed into you and took your breath away. It was softer, and I had some issues of my own to work through. It sounded familiar. He gave you time? To trust him. He did. My Bertram never pushed me for even a moment, and slowly our love unfolded rather than exploded, if that makes sense. I prefer it that way, to be honest, as it felt like I discovered new things to love about him for years rather than feeling everything all at once. It built a firm foundation for our life, and I thank the Lord for our story daily. Louisa had been quiet until then, but she spoke now. There are marriages of convenience and arrangement all over Scripture, Ellie. In fact, at that time, it was rare to marry for love. The Lord can work in a home built on convenience as easily as He can work in a home built on initial attraction and feelings of love. They were right, but what if she couldn't even bring herself to sleep in the same room as her husband? How could they possibly build a life together? As though Amelia read her thoughts, she nudged Ellie's shoulder. I can see the gears turning in your head, Ellie. Don't underestimate the Lord, but don't jump ahead of Him either. One day at a time, take one step after another in the Lord's will, and He'll take you where you need to go. You know, Abe said as all four of the present Sutton brothers watched the children run and play with other children from the community. It feels good to know our kids aren't any better behaved than any of the others. As if to prove his point, Toby Wright tackled his brother, Jimmy, over an apparent foul ball in their baseball game. The two boys came to blows, squarely dirtying their church clothes until their older brother, Byron, broke it up as their mother, Jane, stormed in to read them the riot act. Isaac chuckled, probably glad for once it wasn't Austin and Benjamin rolling around in the dirt. It does feel somewhat validating, doesn't it? As Jane Wright tugged the boys over to their father by their ears, Micah thought back to some of the early days before Louisa arrived. It feels night and day, doesn't it? Ever since the Sutton kids had gotten kicked out of school in town, they'd all felt like outcasts among the rest of the kids in town. Except for Isaac's three he adopted, they were all orphaned or abandoned, and their behavior issues made sense to anyone with enough empathy to try to understand. Now, months later, all the Sutton kids had intermingled with children from town. Sophia and Liza played double dutch with some of the girls. The boys were all involved in the baseball game, and Cecily stood with some of the older girls as they talked and giggled about whatever it was girls that age talked and giggled about. Louisa's a miracle worker, Isaac agreed. I thank the Lord every day He brought her into our lives. Speaking of the work the Lord's doing, have you heard anything from Mr. Goddard about heading to California? No, Micah replied. He's still working on the document for the judge based on Judge Coyne's ruling. I don't know if it'll make a difference, but it'll give us our best chance. Do you need any money to pay Goddard's fees? Isaac's question was non-judgmental, and Micah appreciated how quickly his brother had come around from suspicion to support. The ranch is doing really well this year, and there's nothing more important than family. I've got it for now, Micah answered. I think he's cutting me a deal, honestly, but I haven't had a problem covering his fees yet. When Goddard had initially quoted Micah, he'd been shocked at how inexpensive the lawyer's fees were. It wasn't until he thought about it more he realized the man had clearly undercut his normal fees in an effort to help them. He appreciated it, but he'd pay wherever he needed if it meant Ellie could get closure. Jacob chuckled, shoving his hands in his pockets as he studied his fiancée where she stood with Pastor Jim at the church steps. You're welcome to send some of that excess towards the clinic, brother. There's some equipment Callie would really like to purchase to help her diagnostically, but unfortunately, they're pricey and require electricity. I heard a rumor at the bank the other day the town council was looking into bringing electricity to Cloverdale, Abe said. Lawrence Junction got it recently, so maybe we'll get it soon too. Isaac shook his head. Can you imagine? I'm not sure the town would know what to do with it. I sure wouldn't. Isaac and Micah had always been slower to accept change for the ranch and life in general than Jacob and Abe. It had taken Isaac years to be convinced to utilize barbed wire for his fencing after it had been developed and they'd seen a demonstration at the stockyards, but he'd finally come around last fall. Their conversation moved from electric lights back to things they did understand, namely cattle. By the time church began, Micah felt a little bit of the tension he hadn't realized he'd been carrying lifting at his brother's offer. It wasn't that he didn't have the money, but knowing his family supported his choice to marry Ellie enough to help cover their legal fees felt like the confirmation he needed. As the church bells rang to summon them inside, Micah made a beeline for Ellie and took her hand as the group moved toward the steps. Sunday school looked like it went well. She was in her element with the children, as happy and relaxed as he ever saw her. Are you feeling good about the performance? I think it'll all work out, she said with the slightest of smirks. Florence may regret ever asking us to perform, but there will be something on stage." With that, Micah led them to their seats and placed his arm across the back of the pew behind Ellie and watched her closely. Would she shy away? Instead, she settled in close and nestled into his side in a way that made him feel 10 feet tall. Being this woman's safety, the place she went when she needed reassurance, he prayed he'd never take it for granted. Chapter 10. Nearly another week had passed when Ellie, Louisa, and Callie stopped into Rosie's cafe on Saturday. "I can't believe you were able to get away from the clinic," Louisa said as Rosie's daughter, Evelyn, seated them. "It feels a little like Christmas." The place was adorable, and it was the second time Ellie had been inside, though she'd enjoyed their food many times while laid up at the clinic. It had a homey feel while still feeling special, the simple but pretty china and cream-lace tablecloths something she wouldn't experience at home. Grandfather's dinner table setup had been far more formal, but she'd never actually been allowed to eat there unless there were visitors grandfather wanted to trot her out for. On occasion, he'd play the doting grandfather, but usually it was clearly a matchmaking scheme. He'd pass before he could accept any proposals on her behalf, something Ellie couldn't find within herself to be sad about. "I know," Callie replied. "I feel like I'm there 7 days a week, but I honestly don't mind. One day, I'd like to hire a nurse who can help with after-hours patient care, but Jacob does an excellent job with that when I need him to come in. How are things going with balancing his training and your relationship?" Ellie couldn't imagine trying to do both, especially with the interesting dynamic it would bring with Callie being his boss. Due to a number of circumstances, Jacob wasn't able to attend medical school back east like Callie had, so he'd enrolled in a correspondence program with a medical school in Buffalo, New York. It required 5 years of on-the-job training with a physician, so Callie would be his boss and trainer for years to come. It's been pretty seamless, actually. The Lord has had his hand on us from the beginning. On the job, I'm in charge, and he has enough confidence in himself to allow that to happen. Out of the office or home visits, we're just Jacob and Callie again. She smiled, her brown eyes going a little dreamy. It helps that he's probably got the knowledge of a second-year medical student already and remembers everything I tell him the first time. With a sigh, Callie blushed. "I can't believe we're getting married in April." Ellie squealed as softly as she could do to their location. "So you've set a date?" "Yes. Papa's going to marry us the last Saturday in April at a small family ceremony in the meadow near the church. Then we'll all go back to the ranch for a reception." "Cecily is thrilled to be helping with the cooking," Louisa said with a wink. "She's really come along now that she has the time to devote to things she enjoys. Cooking and baking have become a real passion for her, and Liza often helps as soon as she finishes with school. She takes a little longer than Cecily with her reading and maths, but they're all coming along so well." It really had been sweet to watch the 13-year-old girl grow in the things she enjoyed. From everything Micah and Louisa had told her, Cecily had missed out on parts of her childhood due to helping with her siblings and the tragic passing of her mother. Cecily deserved time to devote purely to things she enjoyed, but Ellie had to admit she envied her direction in life a little. For the moment, Cecily was set on working at Rosie's as soon as she was old enough, and opening a restaurant and bakery for herself one day. It might not ever work out, or she might change her mind, but she had a goal. "From what I hear," Ellie replied as Evelyn came back to take their order. "You've been a miracle worker for all of them." Evelyn's chocolate brown hair was pulled into a bun, her sensible brown dress doing absolutely nothing to hide her beauty. Her white apron had a few food splatters and places she'd wiped her hands, but it was far cleaner than if Ellie had been the one in the kitchen. "Hello, ladies," Evelyn said as she took their menus. "Did you hear the exciting news?" Callie had told her Evelyn was about 21, and Ellie couldn't imagine how the young woman hadn't been snapped up by some eligible bachelor yet. Though, she seemed to be doing fine on her own, living above her parents' restaurant and slowly taking on more and more of the responsibility, so perhaps she was exactly where she wanted to be. News. Louisa looked as baffled as Ellie felt, so at least she wasn't alone. "I spend most of my time around cowboys, children, and cattle, so no." Evelyn chuckled. "The town council announced yesterday they're going to be running electric lines into town." It'll be so exciting, and we'll be able to stay open a little later in the winter if we have electric lights in here. Oh, I'm so happy, Kelly exclaimed. I've been researching writing grant proposals with hospitals and schools back east for some equipment I'd really like to have for diagnostics at the clinic, but some require electricity. It was a whole new world, one Ellie could barely imagine. What kind of equipment? You might regret asking, Kelly joked. First, an X-ray machine for when we have broken bones and other issues. It'll help me so much to be able to diagnose with more certainty. Ellie's eyes widened. What's an X-ray machine? They've only recently patented them within the last few years, and mostly they're used in larger hospitals, but Edie's husband, Lucas, bought her one for the clinic in Pine Creek because of the nature of many accidents at the sawmill. It gives us a picture where we can see shadows, which allow us to see if a bone is broken or if the injury might be to the tissue. It's not perfect, and they'll most certainly improve. I would love to have one for Cloverdale and even surrounding communities to come and use when necessary. How much does something like that cost? January had ticked them over from 1899 into the year 1900, and Ellie's head spun with all the new things in her life. Nearly $1,000, Callie said sheepishly. There are other items I'd purchase if I had extra money, like a microscope for cultures and an autoclave to sterilize instruments. She shrugged. I don't have anywhere to put an X-ray machine anyway, but a girl can dream. Evelyn nodded. We always do. I love our indoor well pump, but I'd love to have one of those electric water heaters and even an electric coffee percolator. I hear they have electric ovens and stoves too, but I'm not so sure about how much I'd trust them. She giggled, pulling her notepad from her apron pocket. I should probably take your orders before my mama comes out here and whips me with her dish rag. The women laughed as well and spent the rest of their lunch chatting about all manner of things, from wedding planning for Louisa and Callie to the Sunday school class and the Sutton Children's Studies. Callie spoke of her work at the clinic, but Ellie really had nothing to contribute. She still wasn't sure exactly where she fit in the Sutton family and in Cloverdale in general. She was married to Micah, but she didn't live with him, not really. She helped Louisa with the cooking and cleaning and often accompanied the children as they did their lessons, but she felt more like a tag along than doing something specific. She'd apparently been lost in her thoughts for a while as Louisa turned her attention to her. Penny for your thoughts, Ellie? Could she tell them her discontent? Would they think her ungrateful after everything they'd done for her? The idea of losing her new friends when she finally had some terrified her, but wasn't part of friendship, being honest. Well, I suppose I'm still trying to find my place here. There, it was out, for better or worse. You two both have jobs you love, ones which fulfill you, but I often feel like I'm a third wheel to everyone around me. Callie smiled understandingly. Of course, you're still finding your way. You were brought here against your will not 3 months ago. You fought for your life and used every bit of mental energy you had on healing. Not only that, but it seems like your grandfather never exactly encouraged you to have dreams or goals in life. Ellie snorted. No, he most certainly didn't. Grandfather would have been happy if she'd never existed, but he settled for never having to see her face unless he had one of his assistants go buy her a pretty dress to trot her out for events. She wasn't allowed to talk to or befriend anyone unless he was right there, lest she embarrass him, so Ellie spent most of her time sitting by herself in corners or even hiding in the kitchen. Then it sounds like this is your time to pursue some interests of your own, Louisa said as she placed her hand over Ellie's. You don't need to work. You're not a burden on the ranch whatsoever. In fact, you're a great help to me, but I can understand why you'd want something of your own. Is there any hobby you've ever been allowed which you particularly enjoyed? Ellie felt the flush in her cheeks before she spoke. It's silly. There was no way she could make a job out of it, right? Louisa leaned forward, eyes sparkling as she grinned. Tell us. It's not silly if it's something you enjoy. With a deep breath, Ellie steeled herself with the reminders of grandfather's words in her ear. I love to paint. I don't know if I'm any good at it, but it brings me joy. For a while, my tutor would bring me art supplies, and I'd paint when I was done with my studies. She researched different elements of art so I could learn them, and she found different techniques to teach me as well. My favorite's watercolor. If possible, Louisa's smile grew even wider. That's not the least bit silly, Ellie. There are magazines back east who take paintings for publications and pay for them, especially paintings depicting life out west. She giggled, her optimism bolstering the dreams Ellie had never dared to dream. I know a couple of folks who work in some smaller publications, and I'd be happy to ask my parents to share their connections as well. Folks in the cities love to hear about life in the West, and many magazines publish the paintings along with stories. Oh yes, Kelly added. My mentor's aunt, Beth Carson, in Pine Creek has been publishing dress patterns and designs through national magazines for years. She designs the dresses and creates step-by-step instructions for how to make them, then sends them off to the magazines in all the major cities. It's been quite successful for her. Could it be possible? Are they able to print in color? She'd seen a few magazines over the years, but they were all in shades of gray, black, and white. Or would I need to use charcoal? Was she seriously entertaining this idea? It seemed far too wonderful to even imagine. Louisa was right. Micah had told her over and over again she didn't have to work, but was it possible she could find purpose in her art? Would she ever be able to bring herself to move in with him and make herself vulnerable in that way? Some can, some can't, Louisa said excitedly. They use something called chromolithography, and it's quite fascinating to see. Then, Evelyn returned with their plates, and Ellie's growling stomach betrayed the more pressing matter at hand. As their conversation shifted to other things, Ellie couldn't help but wonder what could become of her paintings. Would Micah think the idea silly? The thought of the cowboy she'd married set her brain barreling down a track she'd told herself she'd not go down again. What if he didn't support the idea because he wanted her to use her inheritance money? It would break her heart if she received the money only to find another man had proven himself untrustworthy, especially Micah. Doing her best to shake the thoughts free, Ellie prayed silently the Lord would guide her path. He was with her, and if everything they all said was true, he could be trusted even when no others could. Evelyn hurried out from the kitchen, placing their ticket on the table as she went by to help another customer. Studying her, Ellie turned her attention to Callie. Did you tell me Evelyn has mostly taken over the restaurant from her parents now? Oh yes, Callie replied. She was always so driven from what I remember as children. She and Zeke Sutton were quite close as kids, best friends, and even more so once he started working here washing dishes. Louisa's eyes widened. They never courted? No, he left town the day he finished school to join the Texas Rangers, but Jacob said he writes to her every time he writes to the family. Poor Zeke, Louisa responded. It really did a number on him being the youngest of the crew. He never got a chance to bond with their mother, though I suppose Micah was quite small when she passed as well. He was, Callie agreed. There's also likely some misplaced guilt there on Zeke's part. She died of childbed fever after he was born, and from what Jacob has told me, his labor was long and difficult. Of course, it wasn't Zeke's fault in the slightest, but with the upbringing they had, it wouldn't surprise me if Truett Sutton actively blamed his youngest son for his wife's death. Evelyn moved by again, and Callie flagged her down. Evelyn, have you heard from Zeke lately, by any chance? The woman's eyes widened, their color a remarkable shade of green. No, why? Has something happened? Her voice edged toward panic, but Callie quickly shook her head. Oh no, I'm sorry. The Suttons haven't gotten a letter from him in a while, so I thought you might have heard something. I'm sure he's fine, just busy with work. They'd have informed the Suttons if something was amiss, Louisa assured her. Yes, I haven't had a letter since the summer, but I'll let you know if I do. The previously loquacious and joyful woman now only looked sad, a little anxiety wafting from her as well. Is there anything else I can get you ladies? No, Callie said with a smile. I think we'll pay our tab. As always, thank you for such a delicious meal. Chapter 11. Howdy there, ladies, Micah said as he tipped his hat to Ellie, Callie, and Louisa on the front porch of Rosie's after lunch. He'd brought Louisa and Ellie into town, but Louisa planned to stay for a few more hours to meet with Florence regarding the Founders' Day festival. Lunch hit the spot? It sure did, Louisa exclaimed. I don't think I've ever had such delicious chocolate pie. The time got away from us, and Florence is expecting me. Jacob said he'd take me home after he finishes up at the clinic, so you two are welcome to head back to the ranch. She winked at Ellie. We've had quite the meeting of the minds. Curious, but preferring to talk to Ellie about their discussion directly, Micah chuckled. I'm sure you've solved all the world's problems. Kelly, I'll see you Sunday. The slightly less gregarious Kelly gave him a softer smile. I'll see you then. She pulled Ellie into a hug and whispered something into her ear. You two travel safe. As the other two women split off towards their respective destinations, Micah's attention was free to focus on Ellie. She looked beautiful, with her soft green dress adorned with cream-colored flowers complementing her blonde curls. She'd pinned them back today, but a few broke free. Your chariot awaits, milady. Ellie giggled, but it was distracted as she took his hand and allowed him to help her up into the wagon. As soon as he took his seat, he pulled the brake and began the trek home. All right, put me out of my misery. What did you and the ladies discuss which excited Louisa so much? She hesitated, and he could see her warring with herself. One day, he vowed, he'd have proven himself so trustworthy she wouldn't even have to question it. Until then, he'd continue being someone she could count on. I mentioned to the girls I've been feeling a little purposeless recently. Micah nodded, sensing his input wasn't necessary yet, and Ellie continued. I've enjoyed helping Louisa with the chores and the children some, but you men do so much of the house chores I find myself often twiddling my thumbs and looking for a way to be useful. You're not comfortable with that, Micah surmised. He'd be fine if she wanted to sit on the porch and drink tea, as he had plenty to support them, but he respected that she wasn't interested in that type of life. It would drive him batty with boredom, a feeling he hated more than most others. She settled back into her seat as they passed the last of the town's businesses, at least more comfortable for the moment. I'm not. I was never allowed to contribute in any meaningful way in grandfather's house, and I want to feel useful and productive for once in my life. I want my presence to ease a burden or add to the joy of others rather than simply draining resources. Micah's teeth clenched at the way her grandfather had obviously always made her feel, but he couldn't exactly direct anger at a dead man, at least not in any helpful way. You're not draining resources. I want to hear your idea. I want you to feel free to pursue anything you want to pursue, but you being on the ranch brings joy in a way I don't know if you'll ever understand. Unable to resist a moment longer, Micah pulled horses to the side of the trail to a stop, set the brake on the wagon, and turned to Ellie. You're valuable here, just for being you. I respect that you want to contribute, but that's not why you'll always have a place on the Sutton Ranch. Lifting his hand, he cupped her cheek and tried to tame the lion roaring in his heart when she pressed her face more soundly into his hand. Her eyes shut for a moment before she looked up at him. Thank you, she whispered. They stared at each other for a moment before Micah pressed a soft kiss to her forehead and returned his hands to the reins. He set the team moving again, and Ellie continued. I've always loved painting and drawing, but once my tutor finished with my schooling, grandfather didn't want to waste money on the supplies. Once again, Micah's anger at a dead man welled up within him, but he pushed it down. You'd like to pick it up again? What kind of supplies would you need? Oh, not much for the moment. I can fashion an easel out of scrap wood around the ranch, and I've always drawn and painted on paper rather than canvas. I find it more forgiving. I'd need some paints, pencils, and brushes, though I could probably make my own brushes from horsehair if you guys groom the horses anytime soon. She wouldn't be making her own brushes if he had anything to say about it, already making a mental list of what to get at the general store next time he went into town. Anything they didn't have, he'd have them order it. That sounds like a great thing to pursue. Would you prefer to pick out your supplies, or could I buy them for you when I go into town next week? Her eyes widened, and he hoped he hadn't overstepped. Oh, I didn't mean for you to buy it all for me. Once my trust is released, I could dash. For the first time, Micah cut her off. Ellie, I've told you, your money makes absolutely no difference to me. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist. If my wife wants to paint, I'll make sure she has everything she needs to do it. I'm curious, though, are you planning to sell your paintings? As shocked as she'd looked a moment before, she recovered quickly. Louisa says there are a number of magazines back east publishing art and stories from the West. They'll purchase them and share them with their audiences in the cities interested in stories from the wilds of the West. Micah grinned, a little amused that anyone back east would romanticize the cow pastures and hard work of the West, but he understood it. There was nowhere else he'd rather be than the wide open spaces of Texas, and more specifically on the Sutton Ranch. I can't wait to see your paintings, and I'll help you do anything I can to find someone to publish them for you. The look Ellie gave him then sent that lion roaring once again, and he wished he didn't have to tell her about what he'd learned before he picked her up. What's wrong? She was always so perceptive. Of course she'd seen his face change. Mr. Goddard saw me in town today and let me know he's almost finished with the documents we need to take to California. He said he'd bring them by this week. He's also determined what judge presides in the area you grew up in, and he's given us a personalized letter to him as well. Ellie tensed beside him, and he hated himself a little for popping her bubble of dreams and hope. Hey, he said as he placed a hand in hers while steering with the other. We don't have to go. You can leave it all behind you if you want. Honestly, he wasn't sure which he'd prefer. He wanted her to win this battle for her own sake, the only penance she'd ever get for the way her grandfather had treated her. Still, the way her face went pale whenever she imagined going to California, he'd breathe a sigh of relief if she decided to simply move on. It makes no difference to me. They may have initially married for the sake of the trust, but there wasn't a bone in his body that would regret it if she chose the latter path. Ellie looked down at their joined hands, quiet for a moment. I want to go. I want this to be over. Grandfather only did this to dangle a carrot in front of my face and snatch it away. He was cruel, his humor sadistic at times. This is the only closure I'll get, and I want my inheritance. Her fire only made her more beautiful, especially after all she'd been through. Then that's what we'll do. Unable to resist one more, Micah leaned over and kissed her hair. She didn't flinch or shy away, but he knew it was all he could ask at the moment. We'll pray for God's guidance the whole way. After years of not being sure exactly where he stood with the Almighty, it felt nice to know he could surrender the situation to the Lord. His brothers had all lived with varying degrees of doubt and anger, but it hadn't only been their love lives the Lord had worked in over the past 6 months or so. No, Isaac had found the ability to trust God cared about the small things in their lives as much as the big things, and he'd begun modeling praying nightly with the children and Louisa regarding those things. As for Jacob, the weight of anger he'd carried for years after losing Callie had lifted, rendering him able to wrestle with the Lord regarding the hurt he held. With Truett Sutton as a father, all 5 Sutton boys had their share of demons to fight, but for the first time in his life, he felt equipped to wield a sword. Like Pastor Jim had said, the same Haldane had told him for years, the hope of Christ on earth was the same for him and his life. No matter what lay ahead for them, his confidence was growing that the Lord would go with them. Chapter 12. Ellie's face felt hot, her breaths quick, as she felt the beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She stood with Micah in her and Louisa's cottage a few days later with a blanket covering her canvas. I feel so nervous to show you. Biting her lips so hard it smarted, Ellie tried to stop the shaking in her hands and knees. Showing someone your art was vulnerable at the best of times, but showing Micah? When no one else save Miss Lutkin had ever even seen it. It felt like she'd laid her soul bare in front of someone and handed them a knife. Micah stood from the small love seat in the living area, his body almost comically large in the small cottage. His very presence took up so much space, rendering her even smaller and more vulnerable as he moved closer. Gently, he lifted his thumb and pried her lip from her teeth before placing both hands on either side of her face. His head lowered, placing a gentle kiss to her forehead and effectively bringing a calm she barely recognized to her whole system. What had been a kaleidoscope of emotions and fear a moment before dulled, unfolding into the peace of a cool breeze on your face during the scorcher of a hot summer day. I'm going to love it because you did it, he said as he ran his thumb over her cheek. You don't have to be afraid, it's just me. Inhaling his scent of leather, grass, and a little dust from the barn he'd been working in earlier, Ellie took a deep breath. All right, here it is. Best to get it over with. As much as she tried to look away, Ellie couldn't move her eyes from his face as she removed the cloth over the painting. A look of disappointment or confusion in his eyes might have shattered her, but at least she'd know where she stood. Still, what she hadn't pictured was the pure and utter awe in his navy blue eyes. Her painting, one of the ranch as winter slowly made its way into spring, had felt cathartic to create. It was actually her exact view through the window of the cottage, with the wooden barn in the distance and the windmill and rolling hills dotted with cattle in the background. The sunshine beckoned flowers and greener grass from the earth, but the grass was still dotted between browns and greens for the moment. Micah gasped, reaching for her hand as he knelt to move closer. "Ellie, this is." Her heart pounded as he searched for the words, hoping against hope they'd be positive. "It's what?" Her words were barely more than a whisper. The canvas and paints he'd purchased for her that week were a statement of belief in her skills even when she'd never shown him. Would he regret spending his money on such frivolities now? "If you don't like it, I can repay you for the supplies once dash." His head whipped toward her, but she didn't so much as flinch. It was a testament to how much she'd grown to trust the man before her, the one who was so quiet and stoic around others, but gentle and chatty with her. "Ellie, it's beautiful. I think you'll have magazines back east fighting over your paintings, especially when you and Louisa get some stories together to go with them." He gestured towards the art supplies. "As for those, it wouldn't matter if it was awful. You enjoy creating art, right?" She nodded, unable to respond due to the lump in her throat. "Then you'll have art supplies for the rest of our lives, and you won't pay me back a cent." The hand he dropped a moment before lifted to below her chin, bringing her gaze up to meet his. "You're enough, Ellie. Just as you are." Tears pricked her eyes, remembering the one time she'd ever asked grandfather for art supplies after she'd finished her schooling with Miss Lutkin. "Grandfather, he thought my art was silly. He said he wouldn't spend anything on supplies, and he laughed at me when I asked." She had felt humiliation when grandfather had brought up the topic again in front of his business partner, Percival James. The two of them had made her feel even smaller with their cruelty over her silly little hobby and effectively squashed her desire to pursue it further. Micah's eyes darkened, and she saw the tension in his shoulders despite not feeling a bit of it in his touch. "The more you tell me about your grandfather, the more I wish I could somehow bring him back to life and plant my fist in his nose." His words were calm, but there was a promise within them, one with grit. His lips lowered closer to her, his careful question of whether she would welcome his kiss hanging in the air. She had all the ability in the world to pull back, but she didn't want to. As his lips were less than a hair's breadth from hers, the door flew open. Isaac and Louisa stepped inside as Ellie jerked her body backwards as though she'd been caught doing something bad. Louisa's eyes widened, her face reddening in a way which told Ellie exactly how much they'd seen, but Isaac's chuckle behind her had the heat rising to Ellie's own cheeks. "Oh goodness, I'm so sorry, I dash." "Don't worry about it," Micah replied with the tiniest bit of a growl under his words. Wrapping his arm around Ellie, he pulled her close to his side, and she did her best to draw from his calm and complete lack of embarrassment. "Ellie was showing me some of her art." At his words, Louisa's gaze flew to the canvas Ellie had completed in watercolor, the one which showed the Sutton Ranch in all its glory, and gasped. "Oh, Ellie, it's perfect." She rushed forward and bent forward to study every detail, gushing excitedly over each one. Ellie blossomed under the praise, moving from his hold to discuss techniques and inspiration for every piece, even down to including the cottage window panes in such a way to make a body think they were looking out a real window. As the women talked, Micah went to stand beside his brother. "Couldn't have waited 5 more minutes?" His words were soft, barely more than a rumble, so he didn't embarrass Ellie further. Isaac's continued chuckle beside him told Micah exactly how little he regretted the intrusion. It wasn't intentional, but the timing was perfect. Isaac sobered a little, gesturing out the door where Micah spotted a rig he hadn't seen in the front yard before. "I figured you'd want to know Mr. Goddard is here. He has the papers for you and all the information you two need to go to California to plead your case to the judge." He spoke softly too, but Ellie apparently heard them. She rose from where she'd focused on the painting with Louisa, her once pretty pink cheeks now devoid of color. "So this is it?" Mr. Goddard appeared in the cottage doorway, his suit jacket and tie still firmly in place. In his hand, he held a thick leather file folder with a strap holding it together. "Afraid so, Mrs. Sutton. If you want your inheritance, you'll have to return home briefly." You'll need to stand before Judge Edwards and Cartwright, as he's the federal judge for the area." Ellie shook her head, her eyes flashing with a fight Micah wasn't sure he'd seen before. California isn't home. It never was. With another deep, shuddering breath, Ellie crossed the cottage to stand next to Micah. She stood close enough to touch him, and he wrapped his arm around her once more. "This is my home, and going to California will be a bump in the road to my future here." He could feel her shaking, but she stood tall anyway. That was all right, she could shake all she needed to. He'd be steady for her for the rest of their lives, and he was so proud of her ability to stand now. Micah removed his Stetson and bent to place a kiss to her blonde hair, pulled back into a loose bun at the nape of her neck. It framed her face, making her already delicate features even more beautiful after she'd filled out with a few months of proper food after her capture. "It sure will." Raising his head, he hung his Stetson on the hat rack and reached for the folder Mr. Goddard carried. "Thank you for your help with this, sir. We appreciate it more than you know." He knew Mr. Goddard had given them a discount on his fee, but he'd have paid far more to give Ellie the option to put this behind her. He wasn't anywhere near as rich as her grandfather, but his stake in the ranch and relatively low overhead for years meant he had plenty to pay Mr. Goddard and work on the little cabin he'd begun over in his favorite grove of trees about a 15-minute walk from the main house and cottage. He'd not pressure Ellie to live in it with him, well aware it may be years before she was ready to share his bed, but it would be there to provide them a roof and a safe home whenever she wanted. Mr. Goddard nodded, his smile soft and understanding as he studied them both. "I wish the best for the both of you, and I look forward to hearing how it went when you return. Truly, and I will be praying for you every day." Once he left, Micah could feel the anxiety rolling off his bride. Louisa had tried to return to talking about her painting, but the unfortunate reminder in the air of the trust and their impending travel had dampened the moment. Rather than try and manufacture it, Micah took Ellie's hand. "Take a walk with me." She nodded, her hand still trembling as they waved goodbye to Isaac and Louisa. Micah led her down the path, feeling her relax as they moved. They were about halfway down the path when Ellie spoke, breaking the silence. "I don't know what I'm hoping for in California, but I know what I'm afraid of." "What's that?" Of course, she'd be afraid of coming in contact with the men who'd captured her with Brent, of speaking with her grandfather's business partner, the one responsible person Micah might actually have the chance to confront. I'm afraid things are going to change between us." "What do you mean?" That hadn't been in the vicinity of things he'd imagined her fearing. What could change between them? Ellie continued to stare straight ahead, but her hand in his remained firm. "I guess I'm afraid you're going to realize how much trouble it is if the judge sides with grandfather's estate. I know you keep saying the money's mine and you're here regardless, but how can you possibly mean that? Then, if we do get the money, what man could resist it?" She bit her bottom lip like she always did when she was anxious, and he could feel the tremble in her hand as she spoke. No other words could have broken his heart further. Micah had known how little she trusted men, but he'd convinced himself he'd gained hers. Still, in this moment, she'd trusted him with her fears. That was something worth fighting for. "I can't do anything to prove my honesty to you other than to keep moving forward as we have. I'll pray you'll one day trust me implicitly, but I understand it'll take time." Breathing in the reality of her upbringing and doing his best to surrender his anger to God over the whole situation, Micah continued their walk down the long dirt path. When they'd finally reached the wood pile and beginnings of a cabin he'd started, they came to a stop. "Right here's going to be the front porch," he said as he led her toward the early stage structure. "It'll be one room for now, but I'm planning to add another room this summer once we get our cut from the May Cattle Drive." Ellie's mouth opened into an O, and Micah continued. "I've ordered a wood stove from Dallas, but I figured you'd want to pick out your own linens and such. Abe's building me a couple of pieces of furniture, and we'll add to them over time." He turned Ellie to face him, his earlier anger all but dissipated. It had never been directed at her, but he was thankful he'd had the ability to let it go before she thought it was. "I don't care how long it takes for you to trust me, Ellie, but I can't make it happen any faster. Instead, I'll continue to prove myself, to prove I'm in this for the right reasons." Ellie's eyes misted, a tear spilling over onto her cheek. "I'm sorry, I'm not there yet." Micah's thumb brushed over the tear, effectively drying it as he cupped her face the way he'd done in the cottage earlier. "I'm not normally a patient man, but you're worth waiting for." Chapter 13. Louisa pulled Ellie into a tight hug on the train platform in Lawrence Junction, tears in her eyes as she pulled back to stand beside Isaac. Beside her, Callie placed a hand on Ellie's shoulder. "The Lord goes before you," Callie said softly. "No matter how things go, remember that. He goes before you, and he won't leave you." The verse she'd recently covered with Louisa from Deuteronomy promising as much cemented itself in her mind, giving her something to grab hold of in the hardest moments. "And the Lord, he it is that doth go before thee. He will be with thee. He will not fail thee, neither forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed." It had brought her great comfort, and she'd immediately written it down to memorize. "Thank you for coming to see us off." She and Micah would be gone for 10 days realistically, quite possibly more. It would take 3 days to get from Texas to California, then another day to get from Los Angeles to the mining town her grandfather more or less started. The thought of how deeply he and his wishes had entrenched themselves into life there sent hawks flapping in her belly, but Micah's hand at the small of her back brought her back to the present. "Yes," Micah said to both Callie and Louisa, as well as Isaac, Jacob, Abe, Hal, and Florence Day. "Thank you all for seeing us off. Your support means more than you know." Pastor Jim had stayed back with the children since the ride to Lawrence Junction, and back would take half a day, but he'd been sure to wrap her in one of his bear hugs and pray with her before they'd pulled out that morning. Hal removed his hat and gestured for them all to gather in a group. "Let's take a moment and pray over Micah and Ellie." As he did so, Ellie felt the Lord's peace wash over her once more. He and Florence had stepped in as guides in the Sutton boys' lives over the years after their mother had died and their own father had proven himself worthless. "Lord, we know you already know the outcome of all Micah and Ellie set to do in California. We ask you to protect Micah and Ellie no matter who or what they encounter, and bring them home safely. If it's your will Ellie should come back with her inheritance, then we give you the glory and ask you to guide her in how to use it. If not, then we glorify you for that as well, and ask you to give her peace in the disappointment. Either way, remind her of her home here regardless of the outcome." As he finished praying, specifically asking God to give Micah the wisdom and grace to be her strength and encouragement, Ellie felt some of the burden lift from her heart. He was right, and so were Callie and Louisa. The Lord already knew the outcome because he'd already gone before them. However it all ended, he would walk the road with them. Micah wrapped his arm around her waist, and she allowed herself to sink into his side and draw on his strength as Hal finished praying. By the time the conductor began calling for boarding, she'd been given no fewer than 5 more hugs from Louisa and laughed at Abe's attempts to diffuse any tension with humor. Before they moved to get in the boarding line, Isaac approached her and smiled in the way only a man who'd all but raised 4 younger brothers and knew all about growing up too quickly could. "Not a day will go by we don't pray for your journey, Ellie, but know your worth on our ranch will never be measured by money. Y'all hurry home so we can get on with the rest of our lives. Louisa and Callie have weddings to plan, and I heard a rumor you'll be standing up with both of them." It was true. In the days prior, both Louisa and Callie had asked her to stand with them for the wedding. Louisa would also be standing with Callie and vice versa. It was something she'd never imagined for herself after life in California had been so lonely and devoid of friendship, but the Lord had given her truer friends than she could ever imagine. "We'll be back as soon as we can." With that, Micah took their bags in one hand and her hand in the other, and guided them toward where the conductor took tickets. He'd purchased a sleeper car for them so they wouldn't have to sit on the uncomfortable benches for 3 days, but either option would have been better than the cargo car she'd arrived in. As the conductor took their tickets and gestured to the right where the sleeper cars were numbered, Ellie followed Micah in a little bit of a daze. This was it. They were really going to California to see if the judge would forego the child stipulation for her trust. If he did, she and Micah would return far more wealthy than they'd left. Micah held the door to car number 4, the one labeled on their ticket, and gestured inside. "Your chariot, milady," he said with a soft grin. Sobering a little, Micah placed their bags on the ground and returned to her. He placed his hands on either side of her arms and ran them up and down, calming her once again. "How are you feeling about all this?" The sleeper car wasn't fancy, with a bench on one side and a bed large enough for two on the other. Micah had already told her he'd tried to get one with bunks, but they were sold out. He'd offered to sleep on the bench, but there was no way Ellie would let him. No, she could swallow her fears of nights on the trail with Brent for a few nights, so they'd both arrive well-rested in California. I'm not sure. I never thought I'd return to California. I don't really want to now, but it's my only choice. Still, while she had far more bad memories than good on the West Coast, she did have a few positive memories. Looking for seashells with Mama at the beach. Falling in love with art with Miss Lutkin. Was there some way to redeem the bad memories by returning with Micah and somehow share the good ones with him? Micah pulled her into his arms, his hand softly running up and down her back and leaving chills in its wake. "You are the strongest woman I've ever known, Ellie, and I've had the pleasure of knowing some strong women as my future sisters-in-law. You deserve the closure of trying, and I'm with you every step of the way." He paused, pulling back enough to look her in the eye with the slightest mischievous twinkle there. "Besides, are you really going to deny me the pleasure of punching your grandfather's business partner in the nose after they concocted this ridiculous scheme for the sole purpose of dangling it in front of your face before snatching it away?" He chuckled, and Ellie joined in. He wouldn't actually punch Percival, at least she hoped he wouldn't, but she wouldn't lie and say the idea didn't sound appealing. Then, her stomach growled and reminded her she'd been too nervous to eat breakfast that morning. "Did the conductor say something about a concession car?" Micah's grin widened. "He sure did. Why don't you get settled, and I'll go see what I can scrounge up for us for lunch before we head out." She agreed and spent the next few minutes unpacking their bags and making things as comfortable as possible. No matter what, the Lord would go with them, and he'd given Micah to journey alongside her. As Louisa often said, the Lord was kind, and the strong cowboy who would look wholly out of place in her grandfather's mansion in California was exactly who she needed for this trip and this life. The Lord knew better than she did, and she'd do well to remember it. Later, as Micah had managed to track down some concessions, the two of them sat on the bench in their car and ate in relaxed silence. At least, until Micah broke it. "So, can you give me a better idea of what we might be facing in Cartwright? I've never been anywhere but Texas, and I can imagine a town named after him will give us some complications." He didn't look nervous, just curious, and Ellie sighed. "It might. My grandfather started the town years ago when he took over the mine his father had established. By that point, it was quite profitable, and he felt a thriving mine needed a strong town alongside it. For a while, he ran it like a mill town where folks lived there but didn't really own anything and paid back into the company store. But later he realized he'd get more wealthy folks in to invest if he allowed people to buy their own property. Plenty still rented from him, but some who'd been there a while owned. Grandfather has associates and cronies in all corners of operations in Cartwright. Even with him dead, I'm certain Percival James has continued on his legacy, I suppose." Micah reached over and placed his hand on hers. "I'm going to do everything in my power to protect you, Ellie, and I'm not afraid of some suits with power." Turning to face him, Ellie wondered if it was a bit of a naive view. No, as his eyes blazed with righteous anger over all that had happened to her, it felt less like foolishness and more like Gideon facing down the army of thousands with only 300 men. He was sure because he knew who was on his side. "You may have to keep telling me that." Pressing a kiss to her forehead, Micah managed to calm her whole body with one touch. "Gladly." Micah woke 2 days later to a weight on his chest. Peeling his eyes open, the sun outside, still a half hour from lighting the sky, he felt Ellie's soft curls against his chin. While the previous 2 nights she'd more or less hugged the wall, this morning she'd managed to use his chest as a pillow, her hair splayed across him as she wrapped her left arm around his middle. She wasn't alone, as he'd wrapped her in an embrace of his own, his hands clasped atop her back. She sighed, breathing deeply in the telltale sign of deep sleep, but her presence left him in a pickle. He'd offered, almost insisted, to sleep on the bench until she'd refused. He slept in the spot closest to the door, leaving as much room between them as possible without actually falling off the bed into the floor. Would it be possible to get out of bed without her realizing how close they'd gotten during the night? Before he had the chance to stew on it much further, Micah felt Ellie jolt awake beneath him. Morning sunshine. At least, this way she wouldn't lie there wondering if he'd woken as well. He unclasped his hands, leaving her room to roll over while leaving one arm wrapped softly around her waist. He'd not be breaking the contact now she was awake and aware. That much was certain. Her softness, the feel of her head on his chest, was a feeling unlike any he'd ever known. Micah? Her voice was sleepy, this trip the first time he'd been blessed to hear it so. WH, how did I get like this? He chuckled, but noted she still hadn't moved. My guess is your pillow stopped being quite as comfortable as your husband, but it's just a guess. Ellie slowly backed away from his chest, her curls framing her face as they removed themselves from his upper body. Her cheeks pinked as she opened her mouth, but no words came out. Hey, Micah said as he propped himself on his elbow with one hand and ran his fingers over her cheeks with the other. Don't be embarrassed. I'd be thrilled to wake up with you in my arms every morning for the rest of my life. Her sharp intake of breath had him taking a step back, but it was time she knew where he stood. It's you with the reins, darlin'. She stared at him for a moment, and he noticed the smallest rays of sunshine coming in from the window. How did you sleep? Micah was used to all manner of sleeping conditions. He had a bed at the main ranch house, but he also spent plenty of nights in the line shack or in the bunkhouse depending on what work needed to be done in the morning. He could fall asleep most anywhere, but he never woke quite as rested as he felt at the moment. I reckon it's the best sleep I've had in a while. Ellie bit her bottom lip, a habit he knew meant she was nervous. If only he could take the nerves away, he would, but they were something she'd have to work through with the Almighty. Instead, he'd give her a moment to herself. Why don't I get cleaned up and see what I can scrounge up for breakfast? This train had a different setup to others he knew of, with the dining and concessions car sitting in the middle of the train and requiring folks to go to them rather than bringing carts to the passengers like he'd always heard about. It worked out, and he assumed they had more robust options for grub than if it all had to be carried around on little carts. The cinnamon donuts had become Ellie's favorite, so he planned to buy a couple of extra for her to snack on throughout the day. That sounds good, Ellie said softly as she shifted to her back and lay facing the ceiling. Thank you. He itched at leaving her alone, but Micah had known Ellie long enough now to know she valued time to herself when she needed to think or pray through something. Where a woman like Louisa might prefer to talk it out, Ellie seemed to prefer solitude to process the world around her. It didn't bother Micah a lick, as he was much the same way. Micah dressed quickly, pulling on his boots and opening their car door to the hallway. He wasn't the only one out and about, but there weren't as many moving around as there would be in an hour or so. From what the porter said the night before, they were making good time and should arrive in California early tomorrow morning. It took everything in him not to want to call off the whole thing and whisk Ellie back to the ranch where she was safe, but he meant what he'd said to her earlier. She deserved the closure of life with her grandfather, and she deserved her inheritance. He may have only left it to her under the belief it would revert to his business partner, or it may have been some sort of attempt at a tax shelter. It really didn't matter. What did matter was Ellie had a fighting chance to leave California with the money owed to her, the penance for the way she'd been treated for so many years. Ellie hadn't gone into detail about the abuse she'd suffered at the hands of her grandfather, but Micah knew enough about it to know she'd experienced far more than she ever should have been subjected to. She should have been cherished for the treasure she was, not shamed for the circumstances surrounding her conception. Rage poured through his blood every time he thought about it, but his anger after Pa had died taught him rage directed at a dead man was nothing but a path to bitterness. Instead, he could focus on keeping her safe from any minors or businessmen who might approach her and encouraging her as she fought for her trust. In the meantime, he continued to do everything he could to gain a trust worth far more than any dollar amount sitting in a bank somewhere, the trust she needed to move forward in their relationship. As Micah entered the dining car, he tried not to put too much thought into labeling his feelings. With hers still so tenuous, the thought likely wouldn't take him anywhere but worry. He knew one thing. Waking up with Ellie Sutton in his arms had felt like coming home. It felt as right as anything he'd ever done save for taking Pastor Jim's advice and diving back into the scriptures after years of neglecting the Lord's word. If she'd let him, he'd serve as her pillow every day for the rest of their lives, and he'd be a happy man for it. As it was, he'd not rush her, only pray the Lord would somehow give Ellie the trust Micah would work all his days to earn. Chapter 14. When they arrived in California the next morning, Ellie had barely been able to sleep the night before. Her brain moved too quickly, mulling over all the possibilities of what they'd find when they arrived. It wasn't even about the money, but about seeing the miners who'd helped Brent capture her and, worse, Percival James. Percival James hadn't been someone she came in contact with often, usually only when grandfather had trotted her out for the occasional events only to shove her back in the closet. He'd always given her looks that made her feel like a piece of meat he wanted to consume, and his presence in any room made her skin crawl. Grandfather had never pushed him on her, but she knew he'd tried to do so with her mother and come up against the small bit of fire she had left after she'd been through so much. The thought of seeing Percival again after all this time made her feel like she'd jumped off one of the cliffs Louisa had read to them about in Ireland and prayed something would catch her before she went crashing to the rocks below. Her stomach reached her throat, reminding her every moment how little control she had over her life and her future. Micah finished his eggs, the ones he'd gotten for them in the dining and concessions car, and eyed her barely touched breakfast. Not hungry this morning? Waking up beside him these last 4 days hadn't been nearly as uncomfortable as she'd assumed it would be. Brent had basically tied her to him while they'd been in the cargo car of the train and on the trail, and his presence had done much the same to her as Percival. While both of them had made her want to retreat into herself, Micah made her relax. She slept better in the sleeper car with him than she had in months, maybe even years. "I wish I knew what to expect," she said as she half-heartedly picked at her eggs. "I'm not looking forward to seeing grandfather's business partner. I assume he'll try to contest things, especially if he knows about our arrival before we come." Micah wiped his mouth with a napkin, sitting back in his chair with relaxed confidence, his hand absent-mindedly going to the pistol at his hip as though reassuring himself of its presence. "Do you think he does?" "Probably," she shrugged. Percival and grandfather were so well connected because grandfather basically started this town in his younger days. Almost everyone is employed by the mine in some capacity, or the mine provides a large portion of their business. He and Percival have been known to run businesses and officials out of town for not being in their back pocket, so I feel we might be fighting a losing battle trying to convince them of our side. Plus, if he knows we're coming, I think Percival's capable of anything. She let the words hang in the air, her meaning clear if the tensing of her husband's shoulders were any indication. Micah stood, moving from the bench and small table where he'd eaten his fill, and knelt before her where she sat on the bed. Placing his hands on top of hers, he brought his navy eyes up to her gaze, and she saw the promise there, the determination. "I can't see into the future and know how all this is going to turn out, but I can tell you I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. There's not a man alive who'll easily be able to get through me to get to you." He brought his hand up to cup her cheek, leaning forward to press a soft kiss to her lips. "I've got a lot more to say, but I'd prefer we be back home in Texas before I do it. For now, we'll take this one step at a time, and we'll pray the Lord gives us peace the same way he did for Gideon and the Israelite army. The 300 men. The ones who should never have had the victory, yet they had won without losing a single man. Someone's been listening to Sunday school." The story had bolstered her as well, but it had also been a warning not to grow prideful in how far the Lord had brought her. Daily, her prayers thanked the Lord it had been the Sutton ranch she'd ended up thrown down the mine shaft on, rather than another family who wouldn't have changed her life the way they did. Not only had they given her a place to heal, but they'd provided friends and a family she'd longed for since she'd seen the poor families in the tiny shack she shared with her mother. Some of them were run down and sad, but others clearly had love for one another despite their often growling bellies and difficult living conditions. More than once after she'd gone to live with grandfather did she long for the days when she felt at home in their little clapboard shack. Ellie couldn't blame Mama for going back to their gilded prison, but she had to wonder if the woman grew to regret her decision. When hungry, Everything looked delicious, including a life she'd willfully run from at the first opportunity. Micah smirked, his hand on her cheek moving back to smooth her hair. Austin and Benjamin told me the story on the way home from church one day, so I decided to read it myself. Plus, Pastor Jim's been coming out to the ranch some and talking me through a few of the finer points of faith since I'd been too stubborn to listen all these years. Ellie gasped. When has he done that? How did I have no idea? Jim doesn't necessarily always do his Bible study in a room over tea. He's been helping me with the barbed wire fence in the south pasture while we talked. I think the man has the whole Bible memorized, if I'm being honest. I've had a few good conversations with my brothers too, but Jim's been doing the Lord's work these last few months. Emotion, mostly ones she couldn't name, swirled in Ellie's stomach. I'm so happy for you, Micah. She'd known he'd had big questions when they first met, and that day in the woods, there had been so much clouding his eyes she could barely get a read on him. Now it was as though the veil had been lifted and the peace Pastor Jim carried, the one she and Louisa had talked about every time they'd opened the Bible over cups of tea in their little cottage, was present. For the first time, she leaned forward and initiated a kiss between them. At first, Micah froze, but broke free from his shock a second later to deepen the kiss and wrap his arms around her. By the time he pulled back, it wasn't just peace she saw in his gaze, but a much deeper emotion. Before either of them could speak, the train whistle sounded, and the porter's voice could be heard down the hall announcing they'd reached their destination. Micah stood to his feet, taking their already packed bags in one hand and extending the other to her. Well, Mrs. Sutton, what do you say we get this over with so we can go home? Home. The thing she'd longed for her whole life. I say it sounds like the best offer I've heard in a while. Disembarking in Los Angeles felt like entering another world. Micah had been to Dallas and Fort Worth on cattle drives, but this was something else entirely. Los Angeles was spread out, similar to how Dallas was, but buildings stretched for miles and miles. Some were tall, at least 8 stories, and Micah couldn't imagine how one would build such a structure without risking the whole thing falling over. Didn't they have earthquakes out here? Hadn't he learned that in school? As Ellie led him down the street to where the stagecoach station would be, he couldn't help but take in all the smartly dressed men and women in addition to a few cowboys like himself. There were others as well, maybe miners, but they didn't boast coal dust on their clothes like he'd imagined. Then again, they weren't in Cartwright yet. Cartwright. Who named a town after themselves? According to Ellie, her grandfather had wanted something to live on as a legacy once he passed. Sure, the town would boast his name for the time being, but what of the people in his life? A man could build a legacy in many ways, and his father was proof one's family could rewrite the legacy if it wasn't one they wanted to carry. As they reached the stage stop, Micah moved to the counter without letting go of Ellie's hand. Logically, he knew they were relatively safe until they got to Cartwright, but he couldn't get the thought of Brent and his goons grabbing her off the street out of his head. No, he'd keep her hand in his until they boarded the train for home again if he had anything to say about it. 2 tickets for Cartwright, please. The stage employee didn't even look up from his ledger, simply punching 2 tickets, taking the money, and telling them to enjoy their trip. Micah picked the bags up after putting them down to pull his money from his pocket, and the 2 of them turned to the large outdoor covered area with benches where he supposed a body waited for the stage. 2 o'clock, Ellie said as she glanced at the tickets. We should make it into Cartwright by supper time. Her stomach growled, evidence of the breakfast she'd skipped. It wasn't noon yet, but there was bound to be some sort of restaurant open. We'd better get some lunch. Can't have my wife going hungry before we face the giants. From what she'd told him of Cartwright and those who lived there, it would be fighting giants. Thankfully, they served a god who wasn't afraid of giants, who had a great deal of experience with them. So long as they trusted in him, they'd never be alone. With a sling and a couple of stones, or more specifically a letter from a judge in Texas, they might be able to slay them. Later that day, when their bellies were filled and the stage came with an announcement to board for Cartwright, California, Micah took Ellie's hand once again as he handed their luggage to the shotgun rider. His own pistol sat securely in his holster lest someone had been tipped off and meant to thwart their journey, and his knife was sheathed in his boot. They climbed into the stage and were alone save for one weathered-looking cowboy who looked altogether too tall and broad for the stage. Neither Micah nor his brothers were small, but this man was more in line with Jim Thorne in his size. "Afternoon, sir," Micah said as they got settled across from one another. "I'm Micah Sutton, and this is my wife Ellie." Something flashed in the man's eyes, but he covered it quickly. "Pleased to meet you both, I'm Wyatt." His gaze didn't linger on Ellie. Instead, he smoothed his thick gray mustache and pulled a stack of papers from his satchel. Satisfied the man might know her name from her grandfather's life in town in Cartwright and Ellie's disappearance after his death, Micah relaxed. He hadn't realized how much his body tensed at the clear recognition, but for now they were safe. Still, Micah kept a close eye on Wyatt as they rode the 4 or so hours north with Los Angeles behind them. At some point, Ellie fell asleep on his shoulder, and he tucked her head in the crook of his neck while studying the terrain around them. California was different from Texas. That much was certain. As they rode further and further away from Los Angeles, the terrain became more hilly and even mountains rose up in the distance. Groves of green trees were followed by even larger mountains, but the stage continued down the dirt road at a quick clip. They had to be getting close to Cartwright, if the sun was any indication, and Micah lifted his left wrist to look at his watch when the stage slowed quickly, too quickly for his comfort. Shouting up front preceded the sound of a gunshot as Ellie jolted awake. Wyatt had already grabbed his pistol and was out the door, the papers he'd been studying tossed across the bench he'd been sitting on and the floor at his feet. "Ellie, get down onto the floor and don't get up for any reason." His heart thudded, but he had to keep his wits about him. "Wyatt's armed, so's the shotgun rider and driver, but I'm going to see if they need help." Was it as simple as a stage robbery, or did they know Ellie and Micah were coming into town? Wyatt had jumped out so quickly. Had he been involved? He didn't know, but he planned to find out. Ellie opened her mouth to argue, but Micah silenced her by pressing his lips to hers in a kiss far too short if it was to be their last. "Please," he whispered as tears filled her eyes. "Get down and stay down. For me." She nodded, not speaking while her eyes told him everything she was feeling. A tear rolled over onto her cheek as Micah wrenched open the door and hopped onto the ground. Closing it firmly behind him, Micah pulled his pistol in time to hear another shot fired, and he pressed himself against the coach to get a better handle on what was happening. The driver sat beside the coach, a little blood blooming onto his shirt, but the wound didn't look too deep. Stepping forward cautiously, Micah could hardly believe his eyes at the sight. Wyatt had pulled his bandana over his face, and Micah's eyes narrowed until he realized the seasoned cowboy had already put a bullet in the leg of the lone gunman. Wyatt and the shotgun rider had already tied the gunman's hands behind his back while he lay bleeding from his leg on the ground. "You can talk to the lawman when you get to Cartwright," Wyatt growled as he yanked the man up to a kneeling position and ignored his screams. Was he a lawman? "Thankfully, you won't have far to ride." Wyatt looked up, spotting Micah by the coach. "Sutton, come help me get this gentleman tied over one of the horses. Don't reckon his leg's gonna hold out long enough to make him walk." Micah quickly moved into action as the shotgun rider went to check on the stage driver. He'd been hit, but thankfully it was nothing more than a graze, and they were only a few minutes from town. If Callie had been there, she'd have insisted on cleaning the wound before they continued moving, but all Micah wanted to do was get out of the ravine they currently sat in and to less vulnerable ground. Hills rose up on either side, beautiful, but giving bad actors a perfect vantage point to ambush them if they were so inclined. Micah didn't like that idea, so he was motivated to move as quickly as he could to help Wyatt secure the man. He wanted to take justice into his own hands and demand to know if someone had sent him, but something held him back. Once they got the shooter strapped in, Wyatt nodded his thanks to Micah. "Go check on your wife. I doubt she's been involved in many shootouts." Again, the recognition gleamed, but Micah had to trust the man who'd apprehended their attacker didn't mean them harm. "She's been through a lot worse than that, but if I have anything to say about it, she never will again." Respect and something else showed on the small bit of the man's face Micah could see, and he nodded. "Then I'd suggest you two not stay in Cartwright any longer than you have to." Let me gather my things, and I'll walk the rest of the distance to make sure this one doesn't get any bright ideas. He'd already disarmed the shooter, but Micah appreciated the extra measure of security. By the time the two of them reached the stage door, Ellie had moved to a sitting position on the floor. Her head whipped up, eyes wide with fear as her whole body shook. In her hand was one of the papers Wyatt had dropped. The man behind him let out a puff of breath, and Micah's hand went back to his pistol. "What's that, Ellie?" "It's a file," she ground out, "with my name and the details of my trust all over it." Micah whipped around, unholstering his pistol as Wyatt's hands went up in surrender. "Guess it's time I fully introduce myself before your husband puts a bullet in me. My name is Wyatt Edwards, Mrs. Sutton, and I'm the judge assigned to your case." Chapter 15. Are you sure you want to do this? Ellie and Micah stood outside her grandfather's home. They wouldn't be staying there, but something in her needed to return and show the place it had no more power over her. She'd never return to California, not if she could help it, so this was her last time. She'd known Judge Coyne planned to send Judge Edwards a letter and some information ahead of them, but somehow meeting Wyatt Edwards made the whole thing feel real. Both he and Micah agreed it was a possibility someone had tipped Percival off to their arrival, but there was also the chance the stage holdup was simply random. Staring over the black, wrought iron fence at the large Victorian-style house brought her less anxiety than she might have thought. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, staring down the space her grandfather had built for the sake of showing it off and lording his wealth over the town. But she wasn't the same Ellie who'd been carried from Cartwright in little more than a gunny sack by men who only wanted something from her. No, between the Lord's grace, Micah's gentle care, and finally having friends who accepted her as she was, her shoulders sat higher. "I'm sure. I need to do this." Squeezing her hand in his, something she hoped would bring her this much peace for the rest of her life, Micah nodded. "Then let's go. Do you think anyone's been staying here since you left?" The place didn't look abandoned. The shrubs and flowers had been trimmed, and nothing had been allowed to become overgrown the way she might have expected. The rose garden was immaculate as always, something grandfather said every house with means ought to have. Because of his thoughts on the particular flower, roses weren't her favorite. She'd only been gone for a few months, but apparently there was some staff employed, if the condition of the place was any indication. His will included a stipend to keep the house up after his death, and it's where I lived until Brent brought me to Cloverdale. I'm not sure if the staff is still there, but it looks like someone's been here. At the time, she'd wondered why grandfather would continue paying the staff, but now she wondered if it was all part of his grand plan to have her lose her inheritance and the money all go to Percival. The idea made her sick, but to this point she hadn't actually laid eyes on the man who'd always made her feel so slimy. Micah kept his head on a swivel, looking around lest the man who'd tried to hold up their stage had accomplices. Judge Edwards had taken him into the lawmen in Cartwright for questioning, and Ellie knew Micah suspected he'd been a hired gun. She lifted the lock on the gate when a familiar voice, the only friendly one she heard after Mama died, yelled her name. "Ellie Cartwright?" Ellie's head whipped around the same time Micah's free hand went to his gun, but he relaxed when they both saw the now elderly woman whose salt and pepper hair and fine lines only served to make her more beautiful in Ellie's view. "Is that you, honey?" "Miss Lutkin," Ellie choked out with a sob as she ran into her old tutor's arms. "You're still here." Grandfather hadn't allowed her to see the woman after she'd finished her school when both her biblical education and steady stream of art supplies had all fallen by the wayside. "I sure am, and I have been worried sick about you since I heard you up and left town so abruptly. There was even a rumor you'd been kidnapped," she said before apparently finally noticing Micah and narrowing her eyes at him. "I've been praying for your safety every day." Miss Lutkin looked as though she was ready to tackle Micah to the ground and tell Ellie to run for it, but Ellie giggled and reached back for the man who'd become such a source of peace and joy for her. The idea of the 5'0" woman doing so brought on a bit of the laughter. "Unfortunately, you heard right. A group of the miners captured me and had a mind to marry me for my inheritance." There was more to the story, but she didn't feel like rehashing it all. "Micah and his brothers here rescued me from where I'd been held near their ranch in Texas. Technically, the mine shaft was on their land, but it was another detail she didn't particularly want to explain. "We married, and I'm very happy with him. We're here in town to try to get the judge to have them release my trust. If he doesn't, we'll go back home, and it'll all be over." Micah, his gun reholstered, wrapped one arm around Ellie's shoulders while sticking the other out to shake Miss Lutkin's hand. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Lutkin. I'd like to personally thank you for being so kind to Ellie over the years. I hear you're the one we have to thank for both her knowledge of the Almighty and her love of art. She's growing in both again, and I'll forever be thankful to you for that." Bringing her hand up as her eyes watered, Miss Lutkin let out a sob before stepping forward and pulling them both into her warm embrace. "Oh dear. This is exactly the sort of man I've prayed for you. Whether you get your inheritance or not, I'll go on to heaven one day smiling, because I know my precious Ellie met her match." "Hopefully not too soon, though," Ellie replied as Miss Lutkin released them, and she glanced back at the house. "Do you know who's been keeping things up at the house since I left?" Her former teacher's eyes blazed with anger. "It's that Percival James. He moved in days after you were taken and acts as though he bought the place free and clear. Mark my words, sweetheart, you two need to watch your step. I don't know all the details of your trust, but I do know the rumors Mr. James spread around. Your year isn't up yet, and he's the type to do anything to earn a few dollars." Miss Lutkin was in the interesting position of being around other wealthy folks in town, mostly all mine executives or the folks who served them like attorneys and bankers. As such, she heard a great deal of the gossip. She wasn't overly wealthy herself, but she managed to live alone comfortably after her parents passed by tutoring children in town. Ellie hadn't been her only student at the time, but she knew the sweet older woman had always held a soft spot for her. Micah's arm tightened around her shoulders. "That's why I'm here, ma'am. I plan to keep Ellie safe and support her the best I can." He had, with every step they'd taken since they'd arrived in California, slept their first night at the hotel, and walked over to the house which held both memories and nightmares. He'd been her stoic support. "I can see you mean that," Miss Lutkin said. "I've got to run, but oh, it did my heart good to see you. How long are you staying in town?" "No longer than we have to," Ellie said honestly. "If you ever find yourself anywhere near Cloverdale, Texas, I'd love to show you everything I've fallen in love with." Miss Lutkin's previously serious expression softened again. "Oh, I think I've got a good idea of what you fell in love with, dear. You're in my prayers every day." Pulling Ellie and Micah both into one more hug, Miss Lutkin sniffed and wiped her cheek as she turned away. "Be safe, honey." As Ellie watched Miss Lutkin walk back up the street, a few things came into perfect clarity in her mind. First, she was so much stronger than she'd been when she left California. She had nothing to lose, regardless of whether the judge sided with Percival and the estate over Ellie and Micah. The only thing she needed was to go home to Texas with Micah by her side. Second, she no longer felt the pull to go inside the large Victorian before her. "Micah," she said softly as she studied the outside of the building she no longer had any desire to step foot inside. "What do you say we go find some tea before our meeting with Judge Edwards?" He'd told them he'd be in the office all day, and he would tell his secretary to send them through. "Then we can go to his office and get this whole mess over with." Micah's brow raised, and he glanced back towards the house. "You don't want to go inside anymore?" She certainly didn't want to risk seeing Percival if he was present, but it was more than that. "No, I think I'm ready to close the chapter on this part of my life and go home." If they could board the train going back home tonight, she'd be happy despite only having been in the state for less than 24 hours. "I'd like to get started with the rest of our lives." This is, beyond a doubt, the most ridiculous piece of legal documentation I've ever had the displeasure of reviewing. Judge Edwards tossed the papers from Ellie's trust down on his heavy oak desk in disgust. "I knew it'd be a doozy when I got the letter from the judge in Texas. I studied the files I've gotten from Mr. Cartwright's attorneys, but I never dreamed it'd be this ridiculous. I'm going to have a word with the local court system which certified this attorney." He shook his head. "Makes me want to fight even harder for more strict standards of certification and a more centralized licensing board." Ellie seemed so shocked by the judge's candor she'd been rendered speechless, so Micah did his best to step in. "So, you're saying it's unenforceable?" When they'd come inside, Judge Edwards told them it looked like the perpetrator of the stage holdup had actually been acting alone in an attempt to get some quick money, but Micah would still be on his guard until they left town. Still, seeing how angry the trust made Judge Edwards, he finally let out a little of the tension in his shoulders he'd carried the whole trip. "Of course, it's unenforceable," Judge Edwards exclaimed before spouting off about 10 different cases, providing legal precedent for the inability to render a child stipulation, as well as the logical fallacies and general lack of legality behind the rest of the document. "As your Mr. Goddard told you, the marriage stipulation is one that can be enforced, and you've already met the requirement, but the rest of this reads like dash." Before he had a chance to finish, the sound of a shuffle in the room outside the judge's office carried through the door, and Micah heard his secretary shouting. Judge Edwards shot to his feet, as did Micah with a pistol drawn, as the door swung open and a man in a suit marched through. Ellie gasped, and Micah had a strong hunch who'd darkened the judge's door. Judge Edwards's secretary appeared in the doorway behind him, face pale as she stammered. "Judge, I'm so sorry. I told Mr. James to wait until you were finished, but dash." "Quiet, woman," Percival James spat, as though she was nothing more than an unpleasant mess on the bottom of his shoe. "This meeting is a farce." Archibald Cartwright's death was an awful tragedy, but his will was ironclad. Micah had shifted himself to where he stood in front of Ellie, but he could see the look on the judge's face moments before he let out a barreling laugh. The sound carried, deep and boisterous, as James's face reddened so much it was nearly purple. "Ironclad? This trash isn't worth the paper it's written on. Come, Percival, take a seat. I'll be happy to explain all the laws I believe were broken and legal precedent ignored for the sake of you ending up with either the entirety of the money in the trust or Mrs. Sutton's hand in marriage and, subsequently, the entirety of the trust anyway. Either way, you win with these documents along with the ones already filed with our court system here in Cartwright." He reined in his laughter, raising a brow at the man who looked to be about 10 minutes from having a stroke. Judge Edwards rounded the desk, his mountainous appearance dwarfing Percival's much smaller frame. "I'm not even convinced Cartwright came up with all these terms, as it does seem to benefit you quite heavily, but I plan to find out." He narrowed his eyes, and Micah would have laughed at the sniveling coward before him if he hadn't been unsure whether the man was about to snap. "Every single one of those documents were signed and accepted by the court," Percival stammered. "Archibald's signature is on all of them. He's the one who worried for his granddaughter's fate and didn't want to turn her out on the street when he passed. He came up with the idea to have me marry her for her own protection." James eyed Ellie where she peeked out from behind Micah, his expression more of a leer than curiosity. "She'd make a fine wife, I'm sure." The very idea, not to mention his audacity, turned Micah's stomach and sent his blood boiling. His fist clenched by his side, involuntarily but no less fiercely. Unfortunately, he was still 3 feet away from the man when Judge Edwards pushed him back. "Don't make me have to throw you in jail, Sutton. You can't defend your wife behind bars," the judge growled. When he spoke that way, he sounded every bit the cowboy he'd seemed on the stage. He was right. As much as Micah would love to lay the man out, it would only result in his being unable to protect Ellie the way he needed to. "Then get him out of here, Judge," he said through gritted teeth. Watching the way he'd looked at Ellie, the suggestion in his voice as he'd spoken, it was all too much. "Helena," Judge Edwards directed toward his secretary, "please go inform the sheriff we've had an intruder in my chambers. If he hasn't removed himself in the next minute, he's welcome to take him to jail." As the woman scurried away, he shifted his attention back to Percival. "I'll make sure it's in broad daylight, too. My offices here are right in the middle of town, as you're well aware." He lowered his voice once more and spoke again. "I have 3 daughters, James, my youngest around Ellie's age. I know the last judge in the circuit was in your partner's back pocket, but I'm not buyable. I'm not easy to sneak up on either. I've built a career coming in behind corrupt judges and taking out the trash, and I'm quite good at it. You don't want to make an enemy out of me, but I fear it may be too late." Percival's sniveling, haughty face went pale before he took a step back. Turning his attention to Micah and Ellie, he narrowed his eyes. "This isn't over. Far from it." Chapter 16. Oh, Micah, Ellie breathed as she watched the waves lap on the shoreline the same way they had when she was a girl, when she and Mama had come to the beach and found the starfish. It's as beautiful as I remember. As Micah had promised, they'd left Cartwright as soon after the judge's ruling as they could catch a stage. Micah had stayed awake the entire night before, guarding the door of their hotel room, lest Percival or any of his men try something. No one had even tried, but they'd left for the stage stop early that morning in the hopes of missing anyone who might mean them harm. It hurt her heart not to have the chance to say goodbye to Miss Lutkin, but she knew the woman understood. Perhaps, at some point, she could write her a letter and send her train fare to come visit them in Texas. Now, she had the money to do whatever she wished, though the only thing she really wanted was to return to the ranch with Micah and begin their lives together. Micah wrapped his arms around her, his attention solely fixed on her. Yes, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Understanding his meaning, Ellie blushed until he lowered his lips to hers. They'd be pulling out of Los Angeles later that day, but the stage had run early enough Micah had been able to bring them to the beach. It was likely the last time she'd ever see it, but standing here with Micah made her feel complete in a way she hadn't felt since the day she came with Mama. The best day of my childhood happened on this beach, she reflected. Tell me about it. He laid his coat out in the sand and gestured for her to sit on it before taking the spot next to her. Tell me more about your mama. Goodness, where did she start? She'd been hurt, and she could sometimes be harsh with others as a result. She was fiercely protective of me. She was often stressed about money, especially before we moved in with grandfather, but then the stress turned to other things. Once, when he had to come to Los Angeles on a business trip, he brought us with him. I assumed he was trying to set Mama up with one of the businessmen here to get us out of his hair and make an advantageous match, but Mama never played by his rules. Micah smirked, his thumb tracing a pattern on her hand as he held it. Sounds like someone else I know. She shrugged, smiling with feigned innocence. Anyway, the last morning we were here, he disinvited us to breakfast as a result. Mama brought me out to the beach in front of our hotel, and we walked around in our bare feet for hours looking for shells. Feeling the sand between my toes felt like freedom, as did the breeze on my face. You said you found a starfish? She'd told Micah about the beach day before, but only in passing. Still, the fact he'd clearly understood how important the moment was to her and did his best to get them to visit the beach before they left meant more to her than he'd ever know. We did. Miss Lutkin and I had been reading through a book about sea creatures, and the starfish was one of my favorites. Mama knew that, so she let me hold it before I threw it back. That day, it was like the lines on her face from stress and heartache were a little softer, her shoulders were a little less tense. She looked 10 years younger. It was just me and Mama enjoying the ocean. She lowered her head onto his shoulder, staring out at the blue sky over the darker blue ocean. Waves continued to crash against the shore, but it felt like they were the only two people in the world. Thank you for giving me this. Ellie felt him press a kiss to her hair as they sat there a little longer. I'll give you everything you'll let me, darling. He spoke with conviction, but she could also hear the smallest piece of insecurity in his words. She wasn't sure exactly how or when yet, but it was time to make sure her husband understood he wasn't the only one in this marriage for the long haul. Having her trust now would make things easier if they ever decided to access it, but there was more to life than money and security. For the first 18 years of Ellie's life, she'd felt a little like the starfish tossed about in the waves until she accidentally landed on the shore in Texas. Maybe, unlike the starfish who needed the water to survive, the shore was exactly where she was supposed to be all along. Chapter 17. Hear me out, Abe said as they all sat on a cluster of picnic blankets once the Founders Day program completed. They sounded great, and no one ended up with a frog down their shirt while they were performing. Louise's mouth dropped open. Please don't tell me you or one of your brothers did that. She and Isaac sat on a blanket with Sophia, Reuben, Will, Cecily, Toby, and Liza. The other children sat on another with Jacob and Callie, while Abe, Micah, and Ellie sat with Hal, Florence, and Pastor Jim. You know, some days I understand how Victoria Lowell ended up so disagreeable. From what Louisa had told Ellie, Victoria Lowell had been the harsh and unforgiving teacher who'd both highly disliked all the Sutton brothers and subsequently kicked the children Isaac had taken in out of school after an incident with the oldest boy, Toby. It had been what resulted in Louisa's hiring, as they needed someone to come to the ranch and teach them. They weren't actually poorly behaved. The circumstances surrounding their upbringings were quite difficult, and the trauma they'd endured was bound to have an effect on their day-to-day lives. Still, stuffing a frog down someone's shirt during a performance was enough to make a teacher pull her hair out. As for today, the Founders' Day program had actually gone quite well. At one point, Jenny Rains had turned around and slapped Austin for poking her with a stick, while Connor Gregory had gotten sick to his stomach from nerves and thrown up mid-song. A couple of the other boys poked each other in the ribs, resulting in a few shoves further up the wooden risers, and a couple of the kids sang far too loudly to blend. Still, as far as Ellie was concerned, it had been perfect. They sat and ate dinner on the picnic blankets, the potluck taking place before the dance they'd have to finish the night. Cecily had insisted on cooking a good portion of the food they brought, and she'd outdone herself. Cecily, Ellie said as the Sutton brothers continued to good-naturedly squabble over who was responsible for the frog. Your fried chicken, potato salad, and brownies are absolutely delicious. I could easily make a meal from them alone. Cecily had worked so hard, barely even letting Liza help her as she wanted to prove she could do it all on her own. Thank you. The potato salad was a bit of an experiment, but I'm glad we had enough dill relish left over from this summer's canning to give it the kick it needed. They sure had, as apparently they'd had quite the cucumber harvest the year before. Gardening was something Ellie knew very little about, but Louisa planned to teach her so she could start a garden of her own. Now they were back in Texas. The question of when she'd move in to live with her husband hung in the air. He hadn't pushed her, but she knew he'd been hard at work on the cabin he'd built for them. Micah wanted it to be a surprise, so she hadn't gone to look, something which tested every bit of willpower she had. For the moment, she and Louisa still shared the cottage, and Ellie would cherish their nightly talks and morning giggles. On the stage Hal and a few other men had built for the festival, a fiddler took his spot and began to play an upbeat tune. Cecily and Liza's eyes widened, as did some of the boys. Can we go dance, Papa? I wonder if they'll have someone to teach us the group dances. Micah told her Cloverdale had had a few dances over the years, but it had only been since Louisa arrived the Suttons had felt welcome enough to join. Callie's eyes sparkled as she looked over Jacob's shoulder at her father. I think there's a good chance. Sure is, Firefly, Pastor Jim said as he jumped to his feet. Come on, kiddos. Let's go dance. With the agility of a man half his age, Jim led all the Sutton children, as well as children from other families, to a cluster on the grass while he took the stage. Alrighty, folks, come and take your spot, his deep voice boomed from the stage. I'm gonna teach you the two-step. Ellie let out a laugh so deep it left her stomach aching. Who knew the pastor doubled as a dance caller? Jacob and Callie both wore wide grins, clearly aware of Jim's talents. Dancing is one of his great joys in life, and he's been calling dances in town as long as I can remember. She held out a hand to Jacob. He'll be disappointed if we don't take advantage. Popping to his feet as well and taking her hand to help her up, Jacob grinned wide. Can't disappoint my future father-in-law. Let me take you for a spin around the dance floor. Abandoned by all the children, Isaac and Louisa followed, as did Abe, where he pulled Florence out to the dance floor as well. Finally, it was only Micah and Ellie left as what felt like the entire town did their best to follow Jim's call. Many of them had two left feet, but it was far and away more fun than anything she was used to. If the balls back in California were anything like this, I might have actually had some fun. Sadness at everything she missed growing up with a grandfather who clearly hated her enough to force her into a marriage with an evil man twice her age threatened, but she let it go. Jumping to her own feet, Ellie held out a hand to the man she'd slowly but surely fallen in love with over the last few months. What do you say about taking me for a spin? Micah stood and pulled her into his arms, startling a giggle from her. It'd be my honor, ma'am. A cowboy never turns down a dance invitation. How long they danced, she had no idea, but all of a sudden she looked up and the sky had gone dark. The dancing still took place around them, sometimes slow and others fast, but it was only then she realized how dry her mouth had gotten. "Do you mind us getting some water and stepping away from all the people for a moment?" It was time. Time for her to make sure Micah knew exactly where she stood. Ellie had her money, sitting in a bank account in Cloverdale, but she had no mind to go anywhere. Still, she'd seen the uncertainty in Micah's eyes when they'd verified the funds had all been wired correctly. He wasn't sure what she'd choose to do next, and he was far too much of a gentleman to force her to stay in a marriage she didn't want. As far as she was concerned, Micah was it for her. He was kind and gentle, protective and humble, smart and loving. He was already the best husband she could have ever asked for, everything she never knew she needed, and he'd make the best father to their children one day. As he led her off the dance floor and filled their cups, Micah took her hand to lead her a little further down the street in a starlit walk. A few of the businesses still had lanterns lit, but it was mostly the bright spring moon lighting the sky. Relishing the cool water from the cup, Ellie sighed. "Nights like these are the ones I think I'll remember as I sit in a rocking chair on the front porch 50 years from now." Micah's hand squeezed hers, and she could feel his tension and questions. "What else do you think you'll be doing 50 years from now?" The vulnerability in his voice reminded her a little of the small boy he'd been after he'd lost his mother, wishing for a father who'd actually love them. He'd made it clear how he felt about her, and it was time she did the same. "Well, I suppose I'll have a passel of grandchildren if the Lord wills it. Then again, if we have that many children, you may need to add on again to the cabin." He'd shown her the plans initially for a small, one-room cabin, with the plans to add on if they ever needed more space. He'd not pressured her a lick, but the hope in his eyes as he stopped and turned her to face him made her heart feel like it was flying. "Does that mean what I think it means, darlin'? Do you think one day you might be able to open your heart to love me the way I love you?" It wasn't the first time he'd told her he loved her, but she hoped she never took the words for granted. "It does, Micah Sutton. I'm not quite ready for all of it yet, but I know I love you and I want to build a life with you." As Micah took her chin in his fingers and began to lower his mouth to hers, a shot rang out and Ellie felt rather than heard the whistle of a bullet fly past her head. "Get down." Micah's shouted words accompanied his shoving her behind one of the barrels outside the livery. "Stay on your stomach," he said quickly as he pulled the pistol from his hip holster. Her husband looked around in the direction where the bullet had come from, but he needn't look long. There, a figure she never thought she'd see again, stood with a pistol in his shaking hand. Percival James moved toward them with wild rage rolling off him, but he wobbled a little as he walked. His normally impeccably styled suit sat askew, and Ellie thought she saw blood on his normally crisp white shirt. "It's over, Percival," Micah growled as he moved slowly towards the man who'd lost everything. "The money's hers. Drop the gun, and you'll only be looking at a jail cell rather than your judgment day." Percival chuckled, the sound unhinged and thready. "Oh, really? I think I've got a third option. Considering the trust reverts to me in the event of Miss Cartwright's death, I'd say I've still got a card to play." Ellie heard feet pounding in the distance, and she let out a long breath. "Good, help is on the way." Micah had to hold him off until they arrived. That was before the money came to her. Now it's hers and belongs to any family she has left. She has a whole passel of us, and it's Mrs. Sutton now. Micah had gotten even closer, and Ellie peeked further out from behind the barrel as he kept Percival talking. "Call her whatever you want," Percival spat. "She was supposed to be mine, just like her trollop of a mother before her. When her mama refused, we knew she'd do whatever she could to keep Eleanor away as well. I took care of her just like I am going to take care of Eleanor." The gasp, somewhere between surprise and soul-wrenching grief, stole Ellie's breath. She stood, her heart pounding in her chest. "You killed my mama." It had always been something she'd suspected, but hearing it confirmed for her threatened to tear her heart from her body. "You killed her so I'd marry you?" "Ellie," Micah growled. "Get down." She was too far gone. The man in front of her had killed her mother, murdered her without a thought. Had her grandfather been involved? Percival's eyes trained themselves on her, the predatory expression he wore nothing compared to her rage. "Of course I did." He took a step forward, raising his pistol until she stared down its barrel. His finger barely had the chance to twitch towards the trigger when Micah sprinted forward and tackled Percival to the ground. He grabbed the businessman's wrist, squeezing until he dropped the gun. His fist clenched, Micah drove his hand down into Percival's face once, then again. "That's for Ellie's mother," he said after the first two. Another blow came. "That's for Ellie." Finally, as Micah's brothers and a whole herd of cowboys came running into view, Micah placed one final blow to the man's face, and she heard his nose crack from where she stood. "That one's for me." Jacob hauled Micah off Percival while Isaac and Abe flipped Percival to his stomach in time for Sheriff Titus Ray to come jogging at barely more than a stroll from where the rest of the town gathered at the dance. From what Ellie had been told, the man never got in a rush for anything and didn't care much for the Sutton men. Micah broke loose from Jacob's hold and rushed to pull Ellie into his arms. "You're okay? He didn't get you, did he?" No, she didn't feel any pain other than a smarting elbow from where she'd hit the ground, but Micah's shoulder had blood seeping onto his shirt sleeve. Panic raced through her, and she turned to look for Callie among the fray. "No, but he got you." "You're sure you don't want something for the pain?" Callie made another stitch in Micah's shoulder at the clinic an hour later. "We've got it here." Jacob snorted beside him, knowing good and well there was no way Micah would have his faculties compromised while Percival James was still anywhere near Ellie, even if he was locked away in a jail cell. "You're arguing with a brick wall, Thorne." Callie huffed, rolling her eyes as she finished the last of the stitches. "Fine, be in pain then. You're lucky it was a graze." She finished up, grumbling about stubborn cowboys and turning both Jacob and Micah's lips into grins. The sound of Ellie's sniff beside Micah immediately sobered him and had his head whipping in her direction. "I'm fine, darlin'. We're both fine." She'd have grieving to do, knowing for certain her mother had been murdered rather than suspecting, but he'd be with her every step. Raising his good arm to run it down her cheek, Micah relished the feeling of her soft skin under his fingers and knew he'd never take it for granted. "I promise." Ellie's eyes shone with tears he wished he could take away. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you." The tear rolled over onto her cheek, and Micah cupped her face in his hand, the pain forgotten. "You're not gonna lose me, Elle. You're stuck with me for the rest of your life." They had entirely too much future ahead of them for anything else. Before he had a chance to say anything else, the clinic door opened, and Isaac stepped through the patient room door. Louisa and Abe had stayed with the children at the festival, but Hal followed him in. "Please tell me Ray's actually taking this seriously." He hadn't wanted to kill Percival James, as taking a life weighed on a man, but he'd do it if it meant keeping Ellie safe. Isaac nodded, his eyes tired as he sighed. "Yep. Because Percival premeditated the murder, and he crossed state lines to do it. Ray's calling in the Rangers." The Texas Rangers, the group their brother Zeke, had joined when he was 18. Think Zeke'll be with them? He didn't know how he felt about that, to be honest. Micah and Zeke were the youngest Sutton brothers, and he'd always felt a little abandoned at the way Zeke left things. It wasn't that he'd left home, but he never came back to visit and rarely wrote, as though none of them meant anything to him after all they'd been through together. Isaac's jaw tightened, and Micah knew he wasn't the only one with the question. "Guess we'll find out." Chapter 18. "Oh, Micah," Ellie breathed as she took in the sight of their finished cabin. "It's absolutely perfect." Micah beamed with pride as he watched his wife flit to every nook and cranny of their simple log cabin. Abe, Jacob, and Isaac had surprised him while they were in California by finishing the framing, complete with a small bedroom off the back. His initial plan had been a one-room cabin complete with their bed in the corner, but Isaac had found his sketched-out plans for a Phase 2 and had worked it in. All Micah had needed to do when he returned was work on the floors, chinking for moisture and drafts, and insert the glass windows he'd ordered shortly after he and Ellie got married. Thankfully, his shoulder had healed quickly and not caused an issue in the work he needed to complete. The stove would arrive in May, but they took most of their meals at the big house anyway, so it wasn't an issue. As for Perryval James, a group of Texas Rangers had come into town to take him to stand trial in Dallas. Zeke hadn't been with them, but some of the men had known him and told them he was a fine lawman. Unfortunately, Percival had refused to stand trial, taking his own life before he had the chance. As Micah had heard it, the Rangers had only gotten halfway to Dallas when they woke up to find the man had hung himself with his own belt. For that, at least, Micah was grateful his brother hadn't come with the outfit. It had grated on Micah that Zeke hadn't come back when the town needed him, but at least Sheriff Ray had finally announced his retirement. Maybe, if they were lucky, the town might finally get a sheriff who was worth his title. As for Zeke, he had his own demons he needed to fight, and he'd never find peace until he did. Despite his annoyance at his brother, Micah couldn't help but grin at his wife's excitement. "So you really like it? You can see yourself moving in here one day." The insecurity he felt over her opinion wasn't one he was used to, but it reminded him of the day she'd shown him her first piece of art. In the weeks since, she'd sent off her paintings and the stories Louisa had helped her craft to a few magazines back east, and now they awaited word. Ellie bit her lip, something he'd noticed she did when feeling self-conscious. "I'd actually like to move in here with you now if you're amenable." She smiled softly, but he could see the slight tremble in her hands. I don't know what else I'm ready for yet, but I'd like to move forward with you." Message heard loud and clear. Micah pressed his forehead to Ellie's. "I'd be honored to share my home with you, Mrs. Sutton, and we have our whole lives ahead of us to figure out the rest." She'd grown more and more comfortable with him physically since they'd returned from California and that night at the Founders' Day dance. It was as though Percival James's arrest and then death had unlocked something within her, giving her closure she desperately needed. Micah would never rejoice in death, especially an unbeliever, but he'd sleep soundly knowing he'd done everything he could to enable the man to stand before a jury and judge. "Thank you," Ellie breathed softly. "I can't believe it came together so quickly. I was going to offer you some money for my trust, but I don't need it, Elle. I meant it when I said it's my job to take care of us. You can do whatever you want with that money, and I won't say a word about it. If it sits in the bank until the day we die, it's all right by me." He truly did mean every word. The day the bank manager came out to the ranch personally to let them know they'd received it, Micah could tell the man had never had quite a sum of money come in at one time. He'd been a little shell-shocked, but they'd been banking with Mr. Turner for years. He'd always treated them fairly and knew he'd invest it wisely. Ellie's smile widened, and he could see the trust slowly but surely building there. "I did have an idea of one thing to do with it." "What's that?" "Callie once told me there are a few things which would make diagnostics at the clinic easier. An X-ray machine, a microscope for culturing bacteria, and something with a name I've forgotten to clean instruments more effectively. It would require electricity to the town to run them, and the X-ray machine itself would need its own room separate from their home, and the clinic for safety purposes. The field behind the clinic is vacant, so I thought I might use a little bit of the money to buy it, have the structure built, and provide her with a laboratory of sorts." Micah pulled his generous bride into his arms, reveling at the way she fit there so perfectly. "I think it sounds perfect." Lowering his lips to hers, Micah wrapped one hand around her head, letting his fingers lose themselves in her silky locks and the other around her waist. He held back for a moment, paying attention to any stiffening of her body or other signs of discomfort. When she sighed and wrapped her arms around his neck, he took it as a sign she was pleased with the direction of things and deepened the kiss. "I love you, Ellie Sutton," he said as he pulled back far enough to speak. "More than I ever thought possible." She felt like a personification of the hope Christ offered, something he'd never deserved but grace had freely given. "I love you too," she whispered before pressing her lips to his once more. It wasn't the first time she'd initiated a kiss, but the pride he felt at her trust in him made him feel like he could take on the world. "Thank you for building this home for us." It was worth every sore muscle and every bead of sweat to hear the joy in her voice. "I can't wait to build a life with you here next." Hopefully, one day they'd need to add on again, but it would be up to the Lord how many children he blessed them with. For now, Micah would enjoy every moment with Ellie and their unconventional story. "Are you ready to head back to the main house for dinner? We can share our news about Louisa losing her roommate." Micah doubted his brothers would be a lick surprised, nor would the children and Louisa. The latter might be a little sad at losing Ellie in the cottage, but she'd be marrying Isaac so soon he doubted she'd mind. Let's go, Ellie said as she pushed up to her tiptoes for one last kiss, one he happily obliged. Micah could hardly believe how far the Lord had brought them. Ellie was his, and he belonged completely to her. She'd agreed to move into the cabin the next day, something he'd honestly believed would take much longer due to his utter refusal to pressure her about it. As for the money, she could tell the bank to keep it as far as he was concerned. She wouldn't do that, as she had plans to bless others with a vast sum of money, but it didn't matter in the slightest to him. As they approached the main house for dinner, the early April sun and full-swing spring warmth seeping into his bones, it was nothing compared to what the woman under his arm brought him. She'd settled into his side, and he knew they'd walk this path for years to come. Hopefully, Lord willing, they'd one day have children in tow. Jacob and Callie would marry in a few weeks' time, but they'd decided to build an addition onto the clinic to serve as their living quarters. It wasn't far from the town or the ranch, and they'd still see the two of them multiple times a week. Louisa still lived in the cottage for the time being, but their June wedding was approaching quickly as well. Micah grinned at the thought of his brother's impatience to get on with it, but June was the soonest her family could make it back to Texas. Micah, Ellie said as they entered the yard. Do you know that woman on the porch? A woman climbed the steps, her fashionable and altogether impractical gown dirty, and her hair unkempt. She didn't look injured, more like she'd left somewhere in a hurry. Never seen her before in my life, Micah replied. As the woman raised her hand to knock, the front door opened to reveal his brother, Abe. His brother's eyes widened at the sight of the woman before him, and Micah supposed she was pretty if a man wasn't completely besotted with his wife. Her hair was blonde, though not quite as blonde as Ellie's, and looked thick from the way it tried to break free of her pins. She wasn't as tall as Callie nor as petite as Ellie, somewhere in between. They weren't close enough to make out any of her other features, and she had her back to them anyway. Can I help you? Abe's voice sounded like he spoke through a dry mouth at first, but he recovered quickly. Are you lost? His eyes narrowed and darted behind her to where they finally spotted Micah and Ellie. Micah shrugged his shoulders, and Abe's attention returned to the woman. I'm looking for Louisa Davenport, she said with a hint of desperation. The sheriff in town said she lived out here, and it wasn't a long walk. She scoffed, and Micah could have throttled Sheriff Ray. It was indeed a long walk for a woman in a thick gown and likely impractical shoes. It was also a warm day, and Micah saw the sheen of sweat on the woman's face as they grew closer. Please tell me this is the Sutton Ranch. Before Abe could respond, a loud squeal sounded from inside the house, and Louisa barreled past Abe and onto the porch. Penelope. She engulfed the woman in a hug for a moment before releasing her and pushing back. Isaac had followed his fiancée onto the porch, and he studied Penelope with the same caution Abe and Micah did. What on earth are you doing here? Why are you wearing a ball gown? Penelope took a deep breath and let out a chuckle full of nerves and no real mirth. Well, I was wondering if I could stay here for a while. I've gotten myself into a bit of trouble, and, she hesitated. A friend bought me a ticket and sent me here to keep me safe. Penelope, Ellie whispered beside him as Penelope continued briefly. She's Louisa's friend from school in Boston. Since they graduated, she's worked for a job training program for women at risk and trying to break free from prostitution. Micah and Ellie stepped forward towards the porch, but Abe spoke before anyone else had a chance. You can stay here as long as you need. His voice, normally jovial and light, brooked no argument as he studied their new arrival. We'll keep you safe, but we need to know who's after you. He traded glances with Isaac, their eldest brother, not offering any dissent. Yes, Penelope, of course, you're safe here. Abe's right. We can't keep you safe if we don't know the threat. Penelope stepped back from Louisa's now loose hold. I uncovered the wrongdoings of some very wealthy and well-connected men in Boston. As you can imagine, they'd prefer me dead. Beside him, Ellie gasped, and Micah put his arm around her, drawing her close. Well, they'd just fought one giant, but they were Suttons. When someone was in need, they'd band together to slay them all. Thanks for listening. If you loved it, please leave a comment below and make sure you subscribe to my channel. If you're new here, I have playlists for all my series available, so binge away.